Good morning, Navroz, Nivesh, and Shivankit. We request you to please kindly turn on your videos. We are starting with the session. Thank you. Thank you, Nivesh. Thank you, Navroz. Thank you, Shivankit.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Hospitality is the key to new ideas, new friends, new possibilities. What we take into our lives changes us. Without new people and new ideas, we are imprisoned inside ourselves. Quoting these progressive words of Joan Chittister, I, Rania Deb,
And I, Kunal Sachdeva,
students third year, on behalf of IHMPUSA, are elated to have you all here on the 60th year of our institute and welcome our respected dignitaries, panelists, Principal Sir, distinguished guests, faculty members, and my dear friends to the second day of the second International Conference on Hospitality and Tourism Revival Strategies.
the pandemic has put forth unprecedented challenges to the hospitality and tourism industry. This conference, however, focuses on the steady revival of the industry. It promotes research acumen and spreads more awareness about the hospitality industry. On that note, I would now like to take this opportunity to welcome our young alumni as panelists for today's panel discussion on way forward for the hospitality and tourism industry. Currently, HOD Food and Beverage Service, Ms. Nimisha Seth, is the moderator for today's panel discussion. Dynamic and multi-talented food and beverage professional currently working with the BDC Holdings as GM F&B Sir has had a lucrative career of over 7 years with the Grand Millennium Dubai, the Leela Palaces Hotels and Resorts, and so on. Mr. Shivankit Mehta, alumni of IHM Pusa, is our first panelist for today. He'll be joining us through the virtual mode.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Presently, the Director of Food and Beverage at Taj MG Road, Bengaluru, Mr. Navroz Arora, is our next panelist for the day. An alumni of IHM Pusa, he has also been the Director of F&B at JW Marriott, Bengaluru, and Radisson Blu Dwarka, New Delhi.
Currently working as Corporate Director, Business Operations for North and West India IHCL, based at the Regional Corporate Office in New Delhi, Mr. Kshitij Gandhi is our next panelist. Not just a strategic planner and developer, Sir is also a part of Team 7, where he contributes towards enterprise-wide data analytics and overall revenue forecasting. Our next panelist for today, Mr. Nivesh Bhaktani, is currently working as Business Research and Development Manager at MJS Holding, a premier global hospitality investment company in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Recognized as a Future Leader of the Year by IHG Hotels and Resorts, he was also declared the winner of the Hospitality Challenge by United Nations World Tourism Organization, Spain, and earned a full board scholarship to pursue his MBA from Le Rocher, Crans-Montana, Switzerland.
Everyone.
So, a very good morning to all of the dignitaries, the panelists, the participants, and obviously my young panelists here. And the way I would put it is, what better way to start the second day of the three-day international conference on hospitality and tourism revival strategies than to have a panel discussion with our very own young alumni. Well, to be very honest, today is a extremely new experience for me. I have always been the one on that side, doing all the questioning, giving all the answers. You all are the ones who are questioning me. I'm the one who is giving answers. And today here I am, right on the other side, probably putting up the questions to you. So let me start today's day by saying a big thank you to all of you who've been able to make it as a part of the panel today, and a thank you to the dignitaries who could make it today for this panel discussion too. Today we'll be talking about the way forward for the hospitality and tourism industry.
Before we continue, I would request Dr. Shweta Mishra, Faculty IHM Pusa, to welcome Mr. Kshitij Gandhi.
So as I was saying, so today we'll be talking about the way forward for the hospitality and tourism industry. We are all aware that the tourism industry has been has borne the biggest hit during this COVID pandemic, and we have actually seen a real point standstill, if I could say that. We've got little or no revenues. We've had loss of wages. We've had people who've lost their jobs. And the industries today, as I see it, is emerging from this crisis, and we're moving towards normalcy. So when we're opening up after this huge gap, a lot has transpired, and a lot we see as a difference in the future that would be. So in brief, I would like to just post the first part of the session towards y'all. In brief, if we could hear it from the panelists as to what they feel is the future of the hospitality and tourism industry. Just a very quick brief, let's go about it. So we can start from Kshitij here.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you everyone for a great welcome. And also hi to all my panelists and fellow IHM colleagues. In terms of the future of hospitality, I feel India as a very robust cultural pot where people, travelers want to come for experiences. The dip, of course, has been there. Of late, if we look at the trends, we look at the findings of UNWTO, or we look at the airline trends, we look at the data, the statistics. The lull had been there. But now I think in most cases, in most cities, we've already reached our 2019 numbers. We've reached where we were initially. looking at the future, I feel hospitality is going to have a great growth, and it's going to be a boom.
Uh, N- Navroz sir, what is your take on this?
Hello everyone, thank you for the opportunity and I congratulate the entire IHM PUSA fraternity for the 60th year of the commencement of the institute, which is a great occasion. Just to what Miss said, what you mentioned, I am totally in optimism when it comes to the way forward for the industry. And a couple of days back, in fact, there has been a lot of turbulence and debate when people have been, and there have been a lot of reports also going around that people have lost faith in the industry. But I sincerely feel that it's a learning of mitigation and crisis management, because we saw a phase wherein there were many people who were laid off from the industry, and once the numbers are back, once we are going back into the base and we are acquiring those guests. In fact, I was reading a report published by Deloitte in Netherlands, wherein they mentioned that initially when the pandemic had started, everyone was just mentioning that it will take around 4 or 5 years to get back to the level of 2019, and the occupancy and the average rates will not reach until 2024 or 25. But the good story here is, which is also a golden line, I wouldn't say the silver lining, that we have already attained a 10% premium on the ADRs and around 6% premium in the occupancy rates. What was there in 2019, we have already attained that. So this shows that, of course, there's a lot of resilience, there's a lot of strength in our industry. But yeah, there is definitely a learning wherein the organization stepped ahead just to mitigate the crisis. Many people were laid off, and then after, there is a war of talent now, because there is a book also by Hubert Jolly. Now everyone is fighting for talent once the industry is back and all the hotels are opening. So then people are also willing to train the people again and hire them at a higher price. So again, it's a learning, I feel, which of course we as industry will keep in mind for the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nivesh. Navroz sir, during this pandemic, we were having a discussion with you when we said that the Taj Group has gone online with the Cumin part. And what do you see in the future? Are we still staying online? We're focusing on that, using a lot of technology. Navroz sir, you're not audible, I guess.
Because you're a bit feeble. I can hear you.
You can hear me, but I'm a little feeble. My voice is a little feeble. Just a second. Let me just.
Reconfirm if I'm audible.
Are we a better? Is it a better audibility now?
I can hear you, but can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, now we can.
Yes.
We surely can.
So yeah, I think what rightly put in by Kshitij and Nivesh as well. I think the last 2 years were pretty challenging for all of us. I think personally and professionally alike. I think the way forward, especially in the last 1 year, the way the rebound has been very encouraging. The speed at which the growth is forecasted for the next, I think, 2 to 3 years. I think Kshitij will agree to it, being a colleague from IHCL, what we set ourselves for the Ahvaan 2025. I think the growth and progression is definitely the way forward. Coming back to your question on Cumin, at that point of time, we didn't have much to do, to be honest. And we obviously had kitchens working. We had an opportunity. There were the Zomatos and the Swiggies of the world, which continued to sort of at least, breathing oxygen at that point of time to make sure we had some space of work. So we went online with whatever resources we had rather than really investing a lot more. It was more about sweating the asset at that point of time and creating a platform from where we can reach out to our guests whatever way possible. And what has happened over the last 2 years is, apart from it being a platform which generates revenue. It has also become a platform which has generated recognition for the brand. So now it's pretty much evident as a brand, Cumin continues to exist not only in the segment of delivery. It has actually got its own cafes. It has got its food trucks spread across cities. So Cumin as a brand is growing. It's not just limited to just being a delivery platform anymore. And obviously, subsequently, the brands continue to exist and coexist. The speed at which the growth has been forecasted for not just the hotels but the standalones, the restaurant chains. I was discussing with some of my, city colleagues with regards to some local brands of Bangalore, some brands of Barbecue Nation. They are looking at opening almost 24 outlets a year in the next 3 years. So from a 200 strong outlet, which they're looking at expansion, pan Southeast Asia. So that's the speed at which we're looking at. And also now what it brings to fore is, as Nivesh said, the last 2 years, the talent hasn't really come out. A lot of people have left the industry or moved into different verticals. The colleges have not produced the right talent because they are also getting a hang of the industry for the first time. So there is obviously talent which is required, but the speed at which the industry is forecasted to grow, if you are good, you don't need to wait for 10 years to become an F&B manager anymore. I think you'll be an F&B manager in 5 years. So there is definite demand for talent. There is definite growth opportunities across brands with a number of brands which have shown an inward trend in the last 10 years. So I think that the industry is on its way up. Looking at whatever I can understand and forecast, next 3 years are going to be crazy for all of us.
I think what we're discussing here is that we are seeing a very nice growth trajectory. We all agree to it, and yet we've had 3 panelists here who've been discussing also on putting their word on talent being a crunch. Shivankit sir, what do you see as the future? What would you take it as the core adaptations that the young hospitality professionals need to imbibe to be prepared for the times to come and probably fill up the gap that you're foreseeing as a talent crunch?
Great. Firstly, congratulations, and I'm privileged to be a part of all of this. And thanks and a big hi to all the students, respected teachers, principal sir, and the panelists. Quick one on this. I mean, my colleagues, Kshitij, Nivesh, and Navroz have already covered the major points, but I think in all optimism, this shift is like a pendulum. I mean, it flows both ways. Whatever has been lost, whether it's 300 million jobs or around 67 trillion loss of the tourism industry, I feel it's going to bound to treble, not even double in the next couple of years. The only thing is we have to be careful on what we choose. There is a drastic shift in preference of people towards various segments. You see the QSR segment booming, whether it's Jubilant Foods in India, Westlife, and Devyani International. I do a personal study for all of these because I am into that segment of business. So I think, and I truly believe that the hospitality industry is here to stay and here to boom. I personally do agree with the fact of talent crunch, but I feel with institutes like ours and many more mushrooming, giving quality education, there should not be much, and when people will take their own learnings. The only thing I would recommend in my position to people and to young enthusiasts is basically, focus on your basics. Multi-skilling is the game now, and don't be shy to be jack of all trades, because that's how you become an entrepreneur. That's how you know various business models, and you know a bit about everything, and hence you kind of manage a team. I am just talking of basics. I can throw out a couple of great numbers, but like others, but that's not what we're here for. I think there should be a lot of optimism, a lot of readiness, a lot of enthusiasm to develop new skills. Newton's third law, whatever has gone will come back with the same speed. So, I mean, I feel it is not just about getting a job in hotels. Like I'll share an excerpt from my times. I reckon it was 2005 and 8 when we used to fight for Hyatt and the ITCs and the Taj, with all due respect, and the Oberoi's for that matter, which was the toughest to get into. And people used to get into McDonald's and Pizza Huts and all. I would not say would look down upon, but then they were like, oh, you've probably got a tad bit lesser. But I think every scope has opened, the pandemic has opened our eyes to various arenas, various business models, various digital technology platforms. As Navroz rightly said, Swiggy, Zomato. I am currently in Dubai. I see 7 of them mushrooming here, with its Uber, Talabat, Careem, and Grub Tech and all of that. So there is a lot of scope for Cloud Kitchen. As a company ourselves, just to quickly highlight and be passionate about my company as well, we are investing into a lead company called as Etopia very, very soon, which we plan in the next 24 to 36 months at max, going to have 100 outlets across acquired models, franchise models, hotels. We already got a couple of restaurants, cloud kitchens. That is the way forward. By enumerating all of that, I meant diversification, being flexible, being asset light, and being positive about life. So good luck to the young entrepreneurs, the would-be entrepreneurs, and thank you once again to the panelists and Nimisha ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Shivankit. We're talking about a lot of what I hear is a lot of restaurants opening up, the F&B outlets opening up. What about hotels, the rooms, the what we say per se as the number of rooms selling? Kshitij, would you like to enlighten us on that? The room inventories.
The room inventory is growing as of now. For example, Delhi, if you look 4 years ago, we were sitting at 11,000 keys. And from 4 years to now, and you count 2 years of pandemic, the growth has been about 30%. So we're sitting at about 15,000, which is currently the highest number of keys in India. In keys, again, Marriott is the one which is leading, while IHCL has the maximum amount of hotels as a body. Marriott has the maximum amount of keys. The model to get this is also shifting. Earlier, we had buy the property and have the rooms. We have transitioned to an asset-light model where the investment or the capex is largely by the owner, and then we come as operators. So that's the model which is prevalent. In terms of how, and because of course room is growing, the inventory is growing, the shift and what Shivankit was rightly mentioning, the QSR segment is also coming in. So recently what we did is we integrated Ginger, which is one of our hotel brands under IHCL, into our operational mainframe. Earlier it was an independent body while controlled by IHCL or subsidiary of IHCL, but now it's the mainframe operations of IHCL. Cumin, what Navroz was mentioning, so we have done something which is, one is ginger, which is one spice. The other is cumin, which is a second spice. And then our MD and CEO, Mr. Puneet Chatwal, thought, why not combine the two spices? So currently, we are doing cuminization of ginger. So while we are growing the rooms over there, earlier Ginger was only an accommodations platform. Now we have integrated cumin over there. And again, food and beverage is something that we are offering. And that's largely because the demand is tremendous. That will be from my side.
So we are all at the same part where we say that the growth is in terms of the entire hospitality and tourism. People have already started traveling everywhere, and we'll be seeing something. We were back in the 2019s. So what do you see as the role of technology that has come up, and how does that affect our future trends? We've been hearing it all over the news, I guess. Now we've got robotics, and so what is your take on that? Anyone would like to?
I think, I'll just give my 2 bits of it, if I'm allowed.
Sure.
Like everyone believes and agrees, digitization is, there's a lot of difference when we say the word digitization and digitalization. So for hotels and restaurants, it's more digitization, and people are spending 10% of their, I would call it the company GDPs on that, and still a 5 to 7% on marketing, as per Technopack, if I may quote. But what happens in our industries, there is a, I feel, I mean, that's my personal opinion, there is a certain threshold up to which you can actually digitize, because we all, I'm sure the others would agree, that there's that human touch, which obviously has reduced that bit, is always essential, is quintessential to get that impact for the brands we kind of stand for. And the good news is it is already coming to its peak. Like I said earlier, cloud kitchens. I mean, I technically pay in Indian currency around 10, 15 lakhs to get 5 brands out of a kitchen and get an ROI within the next 12 to 14 months. So that is the impact of digitization. Look at the model of Zepto, the young kid. I mean, he's an inspiration for most of us. I mean, a $200+ million valuation at such a ripe and rustic age for now. So what it means is people are finding ways to offer convenience, affordability, and offer a wide range of products and services within a limited time span. So Zepto has promised a 10-minute delivery of grocery to your home, whether you need it or not. I jokingly mentioned with my bosses in and around the investors that, my shaving cream was getting over. I might not need it in 10 minutes, but there'll be a huge chunk, as per research, who might need their food, grocery, etc. in 10 minutes. So this factor really impacts the customer's mindset that, oh, this is also possible. So digitization would surely be a huge player when it comes to food and beverage. I would still say specifically restaurant industry, because the trends of dining out have increased 80 to 90% over the last 2 years. Like, people don't want to venture out because they have options available, delivered at the right time, right temperature, and probably the right price as well.
Adding to that, I think technology and hospitality, and I have 3 pillars over here. First is IoT, which is Internet of Things. Second is AI, which is artificial intelligence. And third is sustainability. Hospitality, and not just India, worldwide, is focusing on a combination of these 3. IoT for waste management, how the waste that is produced in the hotel, where and how is it being discarded. That's an information for the end customer and my guest to be aware about. Second is AI, and third, of course, is sustainability. So combining the 2 and also looking at the carbon footprint that hospitality as a luxury industry has, and bringing in technology over here. A hotel chain based out of Germany, Steinberger, they have adopted something called as green meetings, where every individual who's coming for a conference is currently aware about the carbon footprint that he himself is contributing by traveling. The menus that they have has something called as carbon mile or food mile, which is the food that's on your plate, how many miles has it traveled, and therefore what's the carbon impact of the pasta, for example, that you're going to eat today. What's the carbon footprint of the tomato ketchup that you're going to use today. These concepts, which originally were promoted by the West, are traveling, and technology and hospitality being the forefront and also one of the impactful industries is adopting in India and in the East. Yeah, and even IHL is integrating this eventually.
So the focus is also turning towards awareness on the being more eco-friendly. So okay, so you think with this kind of trends that are happening, people are still ready to spend that much on luxury the way that they used to before the pandemic? Are we foreseeing more of luxury hotels and this kind of efforts that are coming up?
Something, a very personal thing, and of course it's largely agreed by the masses. COVID has forced us, not requested, but forced us to understand and re-understand the importance of money in our life. If and price parity again. spending that extra premium, and we were just talking about a 7%, a 6% premium, this, that, the other, that is largely because people want to spend more. One, the unpredictability of life, and two, I would rather be safe today and be in a place where my anxiety or the fact that I don't know what's going to happen with my health is being addressed. And therefore they incline towards brands like the 5 stars, and they end up paying premium because the holiday is ultimately a holiday. And the other part is, not everybody comes to a hotel to celebrate. While this is 90% or 99% of people who will come to a hotel to maybe celebrate an occasion, maybe it's an anniversary or a birthday, people also come to a hotel to grieve. They want to come out of the house that they've been living in. They want to come out of the house that probably has given them pain after the two hard years. They want to check in into a hotel to be alone, to be silent, to be not chirpy all the time, which probably at home the memories do affect them. So yeah, there's a big transition that's happening currently.
Navroz sir, coming back to where we were a few minutes ago, when we were talking about talent acquisition being a crunch, and probably the fact that, like he's mentioned, we've had a growth. All of you have mentioning there's a lot of growth trajectory. There are new trends which have come up. Technologies being at our end, supporting us in everything. We've also turned towards the eco-friendly thing. So when we look at the graduates from our IHMs, what are they actually looking at as career perspectives, or how do they see their growth with y'all once they pass out of these colleges?
First of all, ma'am, you should not be saying sir to me at all. That's my first request, to be honest. We've all grown up
Sorry.
looking up to you, so my
To all of us, I agree.
so please don't call sir to me. That's my first and only request. Coming back to your question, talent and acquisition. I think attitude is what matters more than anything else for us at this point of time. Gone are the days where knowledge used to be paramount and what all would you need. See, at this point of time, when we understand the flexibility and what Shivankit clearly said, multi-skilling, not being just stuck to one specific thing that you wish to do and the way and parameters that you wish to, tick box for yourself in terms of your learning, but you also have to contribute towards the organization. And needs and demands change rapidly right now. I do not have a team where a person has worked only in one outlet throughout. There are days when he has probably worked in 2 areas, sometimes the 3 areas. When we were growing up, I understand, it was important for us, but now it has become a situation where we can't live without it. There were times in the last 2 years where the bars were completely shut. So where do we get the resources from? All the youngsters were actually handling cumin and in-room dining. So people should be open. People should be absolutely open to experiment, to go through different experiences. And that's what's most important. You could be the most knowledgeable person, but if you're stuck up in your head, there's not much we can do. And we have seen over the last 10, 15 years that we've been in through the industry that, uh, it's the people who have the right attitude who actually climb the ladder faster than the ones who are the most knowledgeable ones. And that's something which I've always been in sync with. Yes, when you get young talent, they will make mistakes. And my takeaway to the team has always been, it's fine to make a mistake. It will be stupid to repeat the same. It does not give you the allowance to actually go out and make more mistakes. But still, it's very important for us to allow that sort of scope for youngsters to come in, settle in, and then be their best self. A lot of times, we as brands try to, intimidate people and try to turn them into us. The reason why we want youth is we want to have them as their own original self and let them grow their own way. Not every leader is the same. Everyone's got absolutely different attributes on what they focus on as the pro areas and the con areas. And that's where you have to be a lot more accommodative as brands, as custodians, as leaders to allow people chart their own path. But obviously, when it comes back to a person coming to you, it would always be the attitude first and everything else after.
Thanks. What I have a question here for the panel here right now is that a lot of students come to us today and they have just this question of how do I choose a career, or matlab, what do I actually imbibe in myself? That I think is clear. But the point here is that when we say when it comes to recruitments, are we in a position to start our recruitments at that edge? Are we targeting our recruitments from hotel management graduates? Because if you look at the current trend right now, most of the students here, the cream a la cream, would opt for retails or for brands. So what is the future that the hospitality industry or the hotels think about of how they're going to actually acquire this right kind of talent? How would they get these the cream a la cream to be able to join them? Is there any thing that the industry is foreseeing in the future for that?
I'll probably go first. I think it's personal choices right now. I was actually in preparation of today morning. I was actually going through a couple of videos on LinkedIn, and there was a discussion of how this generation is very different from what our generation was. I'm talking about my generation, which is only 15 years back. So I think today's world, you really can't predict. You know, there are some people who still wish to be hoteliers. There are some people who wish to be retail because they're attracted towards retail, and you really can't force them to work with you because you want them to work for you. I think it's absolutely open. No vertical is bad, and I talk from my own experience. While I've been a hotelier myself, you know, I've got colleagues like Shivankit and Nivesh who actually stepped out of the industry and done fabulous things. So who am I to say that, you know, people don't grow beyond hotels or people don't do well beyond hotels? So it's absolutely personal. I would always recommend people to take what suits them the best. And if it does not suit you for a longer run, we've all made changes. You know, I've been a custodian myself. I changed 4 jobs in 4 years in between. Then before I've obviously found peace in IHCL for a while. So it's very important for the person to understand and be open towards changing when the requirement comes in. It's always important to start, and there is no shortcut when it comes to hard work. If you work hard and you have the right attitude, you know, every industry where you go in, you'll always excel. And why do we prefer hotel management graduates? I think they're very well rounded. They understand hospitality a lot more, probably from a regular graduate who would have just had a PhD degree. So when it comes to you know, us as leaders hiring people, the first preference would always go to the diploma or the degree holders from hotel management because they will have an understanding of 4 different verticals, while the others could be very limited in their understanding information when they are sort of coming on board. All yours, guys.
Just adding to that, and again taking an example from our own IHSAIL ecosystem, the lady who's heading our marketing currently is an ex-FMCG background within Tata's, but FMCG turned into hospitality. Once Tata's acquired Air India, the gentleman who was heading our business excellence moved into the person who's heading their customer service. So we have an example of retail to hospitality. We have an example of hospitality to aviation. Internally as well, we have our own, so the executive committee of our company, which is based out of 6 individuals. 2 of them are not including our MD CEO. The other 2 are ex IHM Pusa background. The global head sales and marketing was earlier in operations, hardcore operations. He transitioned to sales and marketing and is now heading that. The global head HR was earlier in operations and then transitioned into HR. So currently, and as he rightly was mentioning, it's not about the field that you begin with. It's where you find your passion, where ultimately you find your peace. But more than anything, you need to be open for the experience. And how do we combat that? We have something called as the A1 operations. A for Apple, A1 operations. It largely means an individual who's an A1 individual is skilled to work in 3 departments essentially, which is food and beverage, housekeeping, and front office. So in the morning shift, you could be heading the front desk, while in the evening, you're the restaurant manager. You have to be fluid. You have to be sacrosanct in the way how you conduct yourself, because ultimately you're a hospitality professional, not just a hotelier.
I guess a time limit is shortly is running a little short on time. And what we've carried from all of you right now is that, one, we are looking at a growth trajectory. 2, we are all agreeing on the fact that just post pandemic, we are seeing a little bit of a turbulence in terms of the industry not finding the right kind of talent. Though I would still put it forth that probably we might need to have some kind of a a method in pipeline, or some kind of a media visibility, or some kind of incentives, etc., that we could add on to probably attract the right talent. And we're also looking at digitalization going a big way, and technology being of a big support for the in the future, that we're going to use a lot of, like Kshitij mentioned, we have IoT and AI, which are going to help us out, or in different perspectives of keeping a better track of the waste management, or maybe even in the inventory systems, etc. I would now like to open up a question answer session for the audience here, if they would like to pose any questions to the uh, panelists here. So I have Sir here, 1 minute.
Hello, very good morning. Can all the panelists hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Since we are discussing here on hospitality and tourism revival strategies, and it was very interesting discussion regarding this, whatever inputs that you have given from the industry per se, and that was really encouraging. We have known, and it is again revisited. We revisit about the attitude, the value for money, etc. But in terms of Indian hospitality sector and the HR, as far as the talent acquisition and retaining them is concerned, because in this hall and even the panelists, we all have heard about a particular term India was disturbed with, CAA. That was, all of us know. But similarly, the recent research says that the today's or tomorrow's youth, they are also CAA. They are creative, they are adaptable, and they are anti-fragile. The entire ecosystem of HR is also shifting from that more bureaucratic and control oriented to, it is moving towards where the labor is now termed as talent. Our own hierarchy is called network of operators, as well as our competitors. They are also taken care as, they are not called competitors. They are called the aggregators or the collaborators in ecosystem. So in this changing circumstances, how do we feel, what is the way forward for the HR, so that these talent, those who are creative, they are adaptable, they just don't want to do that old school of thought, remain to that. How the Indian HR system is changing, and how they are planning for the value for money for these youngsters.
Maybe if I could just add to that understanding, because what you mentioned, and I recently conducted a research as well after spending some time in the industry in Switzerland. So when I spoke about the war of talent, it's just a turmoil between the HR. I'm not just talking, so as my colleagues mentioned, because the talent has become so versatile. Today, a hotel management graduate is being recruited by Credit Suisse, even Deloitte, even PwC, and they specifically mention. So the HR from hospitality industry is not just fighting from their competitors or aggregators, as you rightly mentioned. It's also a war, I would say, from the other industry as well, because as my colleague Navroz rightly mentioned, because of the adaptability or versatility, the hotel management graduate is well in demand. So just to answer your question, I feel the adoption of technology is the way ahead, because we have so many talent management programs and applications. And in order to acquire the right set of talents, we need to just evolve the way we are working. Because conventionally, if you see, sir, and I take the liberty of also saying conventionally across all the HR system, there was a process wherein, and I'm not going back to way old, a decade, 5 to 6 decades old, in recent times as well, wherein we used to solicit the CVs, and that conventional process would start. But now we have talent management programs like Success Factors and Talio, wherein candidates go online. But I have always believed there is still a black hole in terms of the recruitment of talent. Why? Because at times the person who is actually filtering out the CVs in a HR department of a hotel, he or she, the colleague, is overwhelmed, and eventually we tend to resort to a situation, we got a reference from someone, and people who have applied online, they keep on waiting. So I think that evolution is is the necessity, is the need of the hour. Okay, we tend to rely, and as a human, if I'm also recruiting someone for the department, I would also rely someone, you know, who has recommended me because there is an acquaintance. Having said that, in order to have the right talent and make it more advanced, I think we need to open this platform to everyone, and to make it more agronomically feasible, we need to have right filters. Okay, right now we are just using the keywords: person is competitive, person has having leadership skills, but I still feel that evolution in terms of understanding the openness and the other assertiveness, the other competencies, as Ms. Nivisha said, was just mentioning about, is essential through the adoption of technology.
But I think just to corroborate what Nivesh rightly said, and thank you for asking that question, sir. Quickly in 30 seconds, with all the positive hope, which is not an assumption, which is a fact and neither a guesstimate. Uh, the working population in India, and why am I saying India? I will conclude with that. Uh, has become almost a 50% from a 37% from 2000 to 2020, which tells all of the young people, that people who are aspiring or about to get a job or trying for a job or a career, uh, that with the increasing scope of the industry, there will be an increase in competition. So please be geared up for that when it comes to skill development, when it comes to changing your mindset, when it comes to finding value in a company rather than valuation of a company. So there is challenge, but there'll be great learnings, there'll be great opportunities as well coming your way.
And just lastly, I'll add to that. While we have, and again, taking in the same statistic he was mentioning, from 37% to 50% working population, we need new jobs. We need new verticals. A year ago, the job that I'm doing today did not exist. A year ago, a lot of things that my company has done did not exist. A small example: of the 4 people who are here on the panel, 2 of them were sent to Switzerland on a 100% scholarship. So HR is coming up with newer ways of not only identifying talent, but also retaining them, but also upskilling them. And you were talking about CAA, and that's a very interesting analogy. But personally, I feel that the newer options that are coming, and something which Nivesh was mentioning, it's not just hotels that we are limited to today. It's also going outside hotels. So we haven't even touched the topic of OTAs. We haven't touched the topic of aggregators, as you were talking. So we have Agoda that's hiring exceptionally well. We have countries which are opening up. For example, Bali, which is a largely a tourism-driven country, has a new rule that says, if you come and you don't, and you're working from, you're employed somewhere else, but you're coming and working in Bali, but your income is not being generated out of Bali, you can stay up to for 2 years, and you have a visa for up to 2 years. So not just HR in hotels, but another analogy I'll put forth: HR in our governments are thinking of, how do I get in talent? Even if they're not earning here, they will spend here. And that's another way to look at it. So that's the opposite of car now.
Wonderfully put up. We have moment for just one last question. Sure.
Thank you, gentlemen, for taking your time and giving us the benefit of your expertise. I'm Bharat Josiam, PUSA alumni 1978. I'm a professor in America now. I would like to just challenge one opening statement by all of you gentlemen. And I perhaps feel that it's an irrational exuberance based on what you are seeing, which is a release of tremendous amount of pent-up demand, right? People are fed up with sitting at home. But what I see on the ground in America, at least, for that matter here, is the corporates who are the bread and butter of filling our rooms Monday through Friday are still not back in office. I mean, I have close relatives in LinkedIn, Google, KPMG. None of these people are back in office, whether in India or here. And so there is still not corporate travel. And I've heard from some of them, oh, I want to travel, but the guy at the other end is not coming to office. So once the summer vacation period is over, what are you guys seeing on the ground really in terms of business travel coming back, not leisure travel? Thank you.
So the term here that we coin is be leisure. B for Bombay, be leisure, which is business leisure. People aren't just traveling only for work. They would like, so earlier the travel was 2 days, 2 nights, 3 days on an average, a corporate traveler. That's been shifted to 5 nights, 6 days. So your 2 nights, you're still working. The balance 3 are the ones wherein you're taking a time out, and something that I was mentioning earlier. It's about taking the time out for oneself and relaxing. So why my area is growing? Because I'm able to compensate the erstwhile vacant rooms with these subset of people who are not going to office, but they can't just sit at home every day, day in and day out. A simple campaign that we started called as 4D, D for Delhi. So that's Dream, Discover, Delight. That's largely to do with finding out places, and we geotag. So if you're based out of Delhi and you're using, say, Google Maps, or you're using Instagram, you have your location on, you will find an ad by Taj that says, oh, you know, Taj Rishikesh is about 5 hours driving distance. Why don't you come here for 5 nights? We will comp off the last night. You stay for 4 nights, you do your business meetings for 2, and the balance 2 you relax. So it's a amalgamation of ideas which is happening. And you were talking about the end of the summer vacation. But once the summer vacation ends and the school reopens, ideally we are, as a race, as humans, we like physicality of things. While internet and distances and being able to communicate through technology is excellent, as a race, we like physicality, we like tangibility. There's only a short-lived time until when you can conduct business through different mediums, but ultimately you have to restart, because that's just how we are programmed, unless that changes.
So I think most companies have mentioned specifically that it'll be a 3-day work, and 4 days you can actually work from home. But as the gentleman rightly said, we truly don't know that 4 days work from home, you're actually doing the be leisure, as Kshitij rightly mentioned. So that is probably untapped, and there are no data points to it, because that's personal life with leisure and some work. So I think that completes the answer to the gentleman's question. Thank you, sir, for asking. And
I'll quickly just put the final word. So I am a business hotel, city center of Bangalore. 60% of the business is driven by corporates. We are looking at unprecedented demand for the last 6 months. We are almost 40% ahead of what this hotel highest ever achieved pre-pandemic. And we're looking at year-end closing of 40% more than whatever this hotel ever achieved. 50% growth on F&B from 2019-20, fueled by only corporates. And I leave my case right there. So yes, there could be some odd exceptions in terms of city, but Bangalore, I think we are much ahead of whatever we did before pandemic as well. So I think the corporate is beating leisure. Summer vacations are over. The market is still driving demand, and I don't really see a reason why we should be skeptical about corporate demand going back to 100-150% in the next 1 year.
So growth, growth, and growth in all terms. Opportunities for everyone is the way that we would put it forth, right? I would now like to thank all of you to be here, that you're here on the panel and you could take out time. It's been really, really long. Now, fourth, it's been really long since I even spoke to Shivankit. Though Navroz and Nivesh and Kshitij have we've been speaking of. So it was great seeing all of you here today, having you all here today, talking to you all for some time. It was a lovely, lovely feeling for me.
Thank you. Likewise.
You're the only one of us five who's not aged, by the way, in the last 15 years.
I know, exactly.
Thank you. Right. Thank you so much and have a great day ahead.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much to all our panelists for such an insightful discussions. Now I would request Ms. Meenakshi Sumli, HOD, Food Production Academic Head, to come and present a memento to Mr. Kshitij Gandhi.
I would now request Mr. Ashish Sharma, Faculty IHM Pusa, to present a memento to Ms. Nimisha Seth. Now, I would request our colleagues to take over for the upcoming session of a guest lecture by Professor Ruth Sabina Francis.
Before all of you three log off, and we're very proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much
Thank
to
you.
all the panelists
Thank you.
present
Good
on the
luck to
panel.
everyone. Cheers.
Otherwise, guys, logging off.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, panelists. Good morning, all. Lecturer and Program Director, School of Hospitality, Tourism and Events, Taylor's University, Malaysia. Ma'am is well known in the hospitality industry for her expertise in rooms division. Awarded as the Young Woman Achiever in the field of hospitality, today, here we have with us Dr. Ruth Sabina Francis as our guest speaker. Ma'am will be sharing with us her experience regarding the changing patterns in the hospitality industry in Malaysia post-COVID-19.
Hello. Check. Yes, sir. Hello. 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 Check.
Hello. Good morning, Professor Francis. I hope you can hear us. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. Lecturer and Program Director, School of Hospitality, Tourism and Events, Taylor's University, Malaysia. Ma'am is well known in the hospitality industry for her expertise in rooms division. Awarded as the Young Woman Achiever in the field of hospitality, today here we have with us Dr. Ruth Sabina Francis as a guest speaker. Ma'am will be sharing with her experiences regarding the changing patterns in the hospitality industry in Malaysia post COVID-19. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to IHM Pusa on celebrating your 60th anniversary. And thanks to Dr. Kamal Kant ji, the principal of IHM Pusa, and Dr. Anshu Singh, and the fantastic organizing committee for organizing this fabulous event and a very significant moment. And I'm really glad to be part of this significant celebration of this university and the school, especially in this Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, right? And this is very, very valuable. You can hear me, right? Loud and clear? Yes. So on this auspicious occasion, on the second International Conference on Hospitality and Tourism Revival Strategies, the second day of the conference, I'm just going to talk about rethinking hospitality and tourism. What is happening in this part of the world and the other parts, right? So yes, as the MC announced, I'm from the School of Hospitality, Tourism and Events, Taylor's University, and that's the campus that you see. So it will be our pleasure to welcome you all to our university. Anytime, you just let us know, and it will be our pleasure to see you all in the campus. And just to talk about the academic reputation, we are #1 private university in Malaysia as well as Southeast Asia, and we are ranked top 20 in the world, especially 16th in the world for QS ranking for hospitality and leisure management, and #2 in Asia and #1 in Malaysia, right? So this is the academic reputation because this is exclusively for hospitality and leisure management. And thanks to all the academic support that we have received from all the institutions locally as well as internationally, and the students who come in to our university. Moving on, right, to talk about the terms that we hear very often nowadays, right? All of you might have heard these terms now and then: over tourism, revenge tourism, co-living spaces, and anywhere workers and workations, right? This is not vacations, but it's workations, right? So over tourism, right? Two years down the pandemic, we were not able to travel, right? And there was a big hit for the entire hospitality industry and the tourism industry globally as well, right? So, and we're still recovering, and we were the first industry to be hit very badly. and we are the last to recover, because if you have seen the patterns, the businesses that has thrived during the pandemic was the logistic business and the other parts of the business, whereas hospitality was not able to begin or open or do anything at all for that matter. So over tourism, all those places like Bali and places like Venice globally was badly affected because of over tourism, especially China, right? The Great Wall of China. They also came in with a slogan telling that from the Times Magazine, stop stealing the Great Wall bricks, right? So over tourism was actually combated when 2 years when we did not have travel, when travel was ceased. Venice and China and other parts of the country, especially Bali and other parts of the world, was able to recoup from the over tourism, and they were environmentally, they became very good right now, right? So soon after the borders was open and after the vaccination drives and borders were open, revenge tourism is a term that we often hear, right? Revenge tourism. I do not know how did this term come about and is this a scientifically approved term, right? But revenge tourism is happening, and any airport that you come across, right? I'm going to show you a statistics later as to what are the various airports and how many international tourists have been coming into these airports. So people just want to travel, be it local or be it global. Even in Malaysia, we have something called as Keluarga Malaysia, which means the government is promoting local tourism, local and domestic tourism to go within the 14 states of Malaysia. And this is also happening because people, when they travel locally and domestically, they also earn a lot of tax benefits when they travel domestically. Apart from it, co-living spaces is a new concept that we will be hearing. I'll be sharing a few slides on this as to new hotels that is embraced and embarked on this capacity itself. And anywhere workers, this is also really on the rise, and how people work from different places and how hospitality industry is also looking into aspects as to how to accommodate people who are coming into anywhere workers. And workations is called also in the rise, and let's just look into what are these terms that we often hear. Over tourism, yes, that was before the pandemic and we have heard about it a lot, right? So revenge tourism is something that is what we are currently looking at, and we have to come out with strategies to combat this. If you look at it, Malaysia stands 5th in this line, and this is a very recent report. This report is talking about from April to June on the various international travelers, the top 10 airports I've seen, top 10 global airports. So first one is Singapore. Singapore has seen about 7.3 million international passengers. And if you see that 7.3, and the next one is Delhi Airport, and that has seen about 3.2. Thailand is also very close to it, 3.2 million international passengers. South Korea is 2.9, and Malaysia is seeing about 2.6 million international passengers. So if you look at this, the difference between the first and the second is almost about 4 million, right? And this is where Singapore stands out, and this is where revenge tourism is also taking place, you know. And then you can see the other countries later on if you can go and look into the source. So what does this tell us? This tells us that people are no longer ready to wait, and people are no longer we're going to sit quietly, and then they said, pandemic, whatever has happened to us, we are going to move, we are going to travel. So this is what has caused to revenge tourism. And if you look at this slide of mine is sharing about a hotel that was recently opened. I mean only 5 years ago, and we are also working with them for our students, you know, to see how we could place our students on student employment programs and various industry embedded engagements with this hotel group. This hotel group is called as the Commune Living, and they come under a group called as UOA Hospitality Group. This UOA Hospitality Group is a real estate group, and they are a very well-established group in Malaysia and other parts surrounding Malaysia itself. And this hotel has embraced this living and wellness concept. If you could see this, these are the options that they have: co-living suites, community kitchen, community dining, laundry services, games room, and then events and activities. So here you can just go and just take a room or a rent a space for half a day or 1 day, or even say for a matter of 5 days or a week or so, where you could just work from there. So all of the facilities are provided for you, because now all offices, I mean, in the corporate sector, have moved on to something called as the co-living spaces, or gone into hot desking spaces. So they've removed all the official and physical workspaces. For that matter, even tailors. Last week, all academics like us, we do not have any office space anymore. We're all moved into hot desk spaces. So we are required to work only in the hot desk spaces, something like Google Workspace. And this has seen a tremendous paradigm shift, and hospitality industry has embarked and seized this opportunity to see how hospitality industry could embrace this, and how corporate people can come in and work with us on this area. So this is a very new concept for us to teach to the students as to how are you going to teach what is going to happen there and what kind of services you would be providing to them. But this is totally a new concept, and there's something on the rise. And if you could see, Hong Kong has already started working on it, and Singapore has already started working on it. They have signed up with partners, and US and UK are also slowly on the rise, embracing this concept, especially for hotels. So now hotel industry, like hospitalities, big companies, the big time players, they are signing up with corporate companies to allocate certain level of co-living spaces as part of their work culture. So this is something that is really on the rise, and this is a revival strategy, because this one, many hotels have been working on it even during the pandemic, during the lockdown time itself, right? And this is where they have come up to, and this is a very good revival strategy, and they are looking into good business scope through this. And a lot of companies are also embracing this in terms of hospitality industry in Malaysia itself, right? So when you look into hospitality industry key trends, this was a key trend that was cited for 2022, and this was published in 2021. And if you look into this, people are going to look into bleisure travelers. If you look at the term bleisure travelers is business and leisure travelers, because the concept has moved from work from home space or work from anywhere space concept. People have embarked on this concept of traveling along with families as part of their business, as well as taking advantage as into hospitality and leisure as well. So that means they have come into a new concept as bleisure travelers. So people travel, and people travel for business as well as leisure. And then digitalized guest experiences. So COVID has taught something that is really very, very significant, and to put it in terms of advantage, people are not required to use face-to-face communications or touch communications, but it's all digitalized. You know, you just don't need to do a check-in, you don't have to sign in, everything is just digitalized. You order anything from your room through your iPad menus or through your touchdown screen menus, everything is digitalized. You just don't need to have anything that comes or requires you to come for a physical contact at all. And moving on, we also have the health and wealth being a holistic hospitality. This is on the rise as well. You know, people talking about the wellness of guests, the health and well-being of your community, especially your internal stakeholders who are your employees, as well as your external stakeholders who are your guests. So together, it's a holistic hospitality approach. So many hotels are embarking on wellness and fitness programs, and this is where people are looking into how we could just work on this. You know, when I was talking about our program to various hotels here for our semester, which is going to start next semester on next Monday, we are working with different hotels, as to how we could embark on different industry embedded programs. So this is where they're talking about what they do for their staff. Internal stakeholders, your employees are very important than your external employees. I mean, your external customers, your external stakeholders like your suppliers and your other people who work with you. When you look into your internal stakeholders, taking care of your employees, so the recent things that hospitality industry is doing, I'm talking about the big time players like Marriott, the Meridian, specifically that brand under Marriott. And then I'm talking about UA Hospitality, I'm talking about Hilton, I'm talking about the Accor players, IHG players. What do? They are taking their employees for movies and spa rooms and then massage, and then they're given manicure and pedicure treatments, 1 day off. All these things are part of your wellness. I believe it is still a long way to catch up for other standalone hotel groups to catch up with this, because taking care of your internal stakeholders is very important, or I would say equally important than when you take care of your external stakeholders, who are your customers or your guests. So holistically, we're looking at wellness programs. So this is a current trend that hotels are embarking on, especially in this Malaysian sector. We call it the Klang Valley sector itself. And moving on, we talk about experience, economy, and essentialism. Right, this one is more towards the move of minimalism, right? And this is embarked, and people just embrace this. You know, people are more towards what to say. They are willing to spend more, but they want to talk about experience. And so now there's not much of work for tour operators to come in and work on specialized tours or a package tours, but this is all moving on to personalized tours and personalized stories, personalized experiences. This is what I'm moving into, the hyper personalization as well. But when you talk about experience economy and essentialism, is people are willing, guests are willing to share or to spend more to experience that essential experience that they want. I don't want to know more about everything, but I just want to have this for me and for my family, or for me, for my friends, for me, for my story, right? So that is the experience that people would like to carry. So minimalism, right? Minimalism is the key, or to say less is more. That's a trending word that you keep hearing everywhere, right? And hyper-personalization, what happens here? Hyper-personalization is taking your guest experience to an all-new level, right? You know what your guests are experiencing, you know what your guests would like to expect from you, and how you want it to move ahead, right? So that is hyper-personalization. So you look into the critical elements of what your guests are going to want, right? So you know a person who's going to come in to stay with you, they do not love chocolates. Yes, so all of their menu, or your welcome drinks, or your welcome your fruit baskets, or anything that you're going to give them, that it's going to be totally out of chocolates, right? And then you know that the guest is expecting a child, or they're going to have a child in the room. So what are the features that you would like to add on to the room, just to make your guests feel so personalized that you take care? And hotels here in this region are going all out to do this, to see that their guests are taken care of, you know. So this is really a welcoming trend, and people are looking for it, and the guests are really looking for it, and they don't mind paying anything extra to have that experience. And then is the solo travelers. Solo travelers is people are just, again, they want to have their own personalized stories. They want to carry the experience that they want to have with them. So people now, they become influencers, they become brand influencers, so they carry the brand along with them. So Malaysia is seeing a lot of numbers that's coming into as solo travelers, especially as backpackers who would like to do hiking and trekking as part of their experience. And Malaysia is so full of these experiences, so you just need to sign in with the right club, and the hotels will support you with that, and they will do all of the needs that's necessary for your entire experience, either for hiking or trekking, or it's going to be a glamping tours are becoming very popular, although it's part of the luxury segment. but still glamping is also something on the rise, and we have personally placed a lot of our students to go and do their internship in these glamping sites, right? And staycations, yeah, this is already on the rise during the lockdown itself. I mean, many of us would have gone and done that. I mean, when Hilton opened up their DoubleTree properties in and around the Klang Valley in Malaysia, where we just live, I just took this opportunity, took my family for some of the staycations where you just don't need to step out of the hotel. Everything is there within the hotel. I mean, a hotel has the right amount of recreational activities that your family needs. Depending upon the age, your hotel has enough meeting rooms, your hotel has enough needs that you could work from anywhere. So that was so possible. And staycations are also on the rise. People do not want to step out, and everything is inclusive in their package. And hotels do come up with these packages for your guests, and people are trained on how to come up with these staycation packages, right? And then finally, sustainability tourism. We are recently organizing a CRIT seminar. CRIT is Center for Research and Innovation in Tourism. It's a 3-day seminar that's happening from morning to 9 o'clock until 6 in the evening. And we have eminent speakers around the world coming and sharing on different themes. So one of the theme was sustainable tourism that happened early this morning from 9 to 10. And the first thing that when they did the survey, this is Professor Sihan from the University of South Florida, and he was sharing, if I may quote his sharing, he was sharing that in a recent excuse me, survey that was done in the US market, especially with the free or the FITs, excuse me, the word that came up on top was sustainable tourism. So people are willing to pay extra or to pay more to see that during their travel or during their stay, excuse me, sorry for the technical glitch here. I'm just having a cold and cough, and right, I hope you don't mind. Right. So coming back to the survey of Prof. Sihan, this sustainable tourism was the top. And next was technology, the terms that would be the trend on the rise for hospitality and tourism. So why people are looking for sustainability is basically because research also tells the same thing, that people are looking for sustainable measures. It's not only about green hospitality, it's not about saving your towels, but it's more than that. So hotels have all gone into that level, even in the recent HAPA award. HAPA is Hospitality Asia Platinum Awards that we are going to soon launch. Taylor's University is working with the HAPA, and they will be launching soon in the coming month. And sustainability is a new category that has come into surface, you know, because people do take this seriously. And it's just looking into aspects as to how tourism can be conserved here, and how hospitality trends can move towards reducing your carbon footprint, reducing your energy in terms of coming in the various elements. So every guest touch point, it is ensured. And all hotels in Malaysia are given a sustainability index. So they are rated based on that and based on the various things that they do. For example, one basic example is lights, automatic lights, you know, so in the corridors. And then second thing is your energy conservation measures, what do you do? And then water recycling plants. All these things come into the sustainability index, and hotels are scored and they earn points based on these. So that's the sustainability that we're talking about. And of course, virtual and augmented reality is also another thing that is on the rise. And all guest touch points are looking into these. And asset management strategy, excuse me, this is something new. And hotels are looking into how they could work on asset management strategy. Excuse me. Kindly accept my sincere apologies. I was coughing and this has been recurring. I'm sorry. Right, talking about the last point, asset management strategy. So hotels have come up into working with different real estate people, just like what I quoted to you, the UOA hospitality that talks about co-living spaces. So people have come into looking into how they could re-establish their property, some spaces that could come up with a different concept. And for this, they are working with different companies. And this is really on the rise, and every part of the world, especially the hospitality players, are looking into how they could actually bring about this as a very good strategy to develop that. So moving on, this one is current trends that is looking into how to shape the future of the hospitality and tourism industry. These are only the 4 key trends, and what are they working into? This is something similar to what we saw. So out of the 10 that we just saw, these 4 are the ones that really tops up, and this is what entrepreneurs are looking at. And every hotel or every industry, especially the hospitality and the tourism industry, when I say industry, it's like the cafes, the hotels, the standalone restaurants, all these players are looking into how they can look and take this into consideration. So when you look into the 4 trends, one is the leisure and business travel mix. So this is what we already saw. So people are really looking into this, and people are traveling. So it's no more going to be a corporate client or a leisure traveler. It's going to be a mix. It's the term called as leisure travelers. So this mix is definitely going to be on the rise. So hotels have to come in and embrace this. So hotels infrastructure needs to switch. For example, Ritz-Carlton Kuala Lumpur here in Malaysia has something called as a kids room. So is the St. Regis Hotel in Kuala Lumpur also has a kids room, which means when the guests are at their meetings, they have special caretakers or care providers to take care of their children, or the babysitting provided by the housekeeping department. So these children are occupied in the kids' room. So this is how hotels have to embrace this. And this was there, but was not efficiently or effectively used. But now this is really going to be on the rise. And next one is vacations or extended stays. Similar to the first point, this is actually cascading into the second point as well, because business and leisure has been mixed. So the minimum stay nowadays, you always talk about any package you talk, it's about 2 nights and 3 days. That's a very, very standard package that is everywhere. But now it is moved up, and it's no more 2 nights and 3 days. It's all moved up to minimum 5 nights up to 7 to 8 nights. This is purely because people who are traveling to different countries for business purposes have also merged it together as leisure. So this is where the workcations terminology has come into place. So extended stays have looked into. So thereby the economy of the local place here has already been looking into a very good, the economy is seeing a good boom here. If y'all have time, y'all can just Google into seeing how does Four Seasons Hotel in Malaysia is located. If you see the Four Seasons building, it's one tall building equivalent to the Twin Towers. Of course, Twin Towers is taller than the Four Seasons building. But if you look at it, you see the infrastructure of the building. We really like the concept there. The basement, the first first floor to the 5th floor, it's all shopping malls. You have a Decathlon there. You have all the leading brand players there. And then you see the hotel lobby. And then that's where the rooms come in. And overall, from the 15th floor onwards, I think, I might be wrong, but it's from the 15th floor onwards, it's all residences. This is where the workations play very important role. So people coming into a hotel to Four Seasons, it's not just for the sake of business, but during the day, they can just walk to KLCC, which is the Kuala Lumpur Convention Center. They can go to the Twin Towers. They can just walk around the city and for shopping, because that is called as the Golden Triangle. And that's the shopping hub. If you know that Malaysia stands, especially Kuala Lumpur, in a recent report, it says that we stand 7th in the world for shopping. So people come in for shopping. So these vacations are going to be the trend, and hotels have to embrace this. Tourism industry have to embrace this. And third one is luxury travel is back in action. Although it was badly hit, but luxury travel is back in a bigger scope, because this is what happens with the hospitality industry. Although it was hit and then it was last to recover, but when it boosts up, it just booms up like that, one solid rise, and this is mainly because of the luxury travel. And I'm going to share a next slide from the Hilton Group itself. So luxury travel, people are willing to spend just for the brand stories, the experience, the stories that they're going to carry along with them. And again, sustainable strategies. So all hotels and the industry, hospitality and tourism industry, have to embark on strategies that is going to talk about sustainability, because it's not only because it is part of the SDGs. No, it is even beyond that. It is the impact. It is the purpose of that particular community, of that particular brand. So when you talk about brands, brands talk about sustainability. Brands talk about their stories. Brands talk about giving back to the community. Recently, we were talking about, we are working with a project called as Hotel Takeover Project with the Holiday Inn Express KLCC Convention Center. This is they belong to the Intercontinental Group of Hotels. And this hotel has about 323 rooms, and it's just located just beside KLCC. And it is purely a business hotel. You can only find meeting rooms. You cannot find extravaganza restaurants, but all these are the restaurants. They thrive on the restaurants that is located in and around this hotel. So the project is 5 days. Students will be working there. Students will run the hotel for 5 days. When I say run the hotel, they take up positions like general manager, they take up positions like executive assistant manager, they take up positions like executive director, HR, they take up positions of finance, and then they take up positions of housekeeping. Kitchen, we don't, because hospitality is purely hospitality. Culinary is a different school in our university. So we work only on the hospitality. So students work on shifts. Students take up the role of GM. Students go around the hotel. For 5 days, they do not have classes, but they will be parked in the hotel. So this hotel is coming up with they have their sustainability strategies. They call it like shelter in the storm. That was what they were having. And Marriott has something called as Run to Give. So all these are the sustainability strategies that they have in their hotel as part of their brand story. So these are the few trends that is definitely going to shape the future. My previous slide was about 10, and all of this is summed up into 4. These are the 4 key trends or the revival strategies that the hospitality and tourism industry is definitely going to embrace. And hotels and the hospitality and tourism industry in Malaysia is already doing a lot of these things. Like I told you before, luxury industry has seen a tremendous growth in the post-pandemic, right? So people have just been working on how to expand their group, how to just go out and explore. So one of a brand that we constantly work with is Hilton. They are our long-standing industry partner. They surprised us when they mentioned that Waldorf Astoria is going to open its curtains in Kuala Lumpur. You know, these are the Waldorf Astorias, and Waldorf Astorias are not so many in the world, but they are going to open up in KL. And Hilton is very proud of it, right? I mean, we are talking on one side, hospitality is hit. Hospitality is not going to come back. Hospitality needs revival. Hospitality was hit. But on the other side, if you look at it, luxury industry is growing. People are willing to spend. There is a big market for luxury market. And this one is a testament that hotels are going all out to open up. If you look at this, Conrad is opening up in Nagoya, Alexa Hotels and resorts in Bali, and Waldorf Astoria in Shanghai, and Waldorf Astoria in Xi'an. So these are the brands, so which is a true testament. And this one was shared by the general manager of Hilton in Malaysia very recently. And this is shared, taking permission from him. So this is how hotel industries and luxury industry is growing. So when we talk about new workspaces, JW Marriott Bangkok. I mean, the banquet manager or the sales manager, sorry, not the banquet manager, the sales and marketing manager is our alumni, Taylor's alumni, and he shared this post on LinkedIn. I mean, during this pandemic, people have changed their business plans, business models. So this is another revival strategy, just like co-living spaces. This is hybrid spaces. This event is also another hybrid event. The conference that IHM Pusa for their 60th anniversary is a hybrid event. Many of y'all are there face to face and few of us are here online. So to accommodate such spaces for guests, because hybrid events are here to stay. So to have these, many hotels have embraced this and they have opened up with virtual spaces. On my right, you see is the JW Marriott Bangkok hybrid event space, and on the left is what you see when the event is happening. So this is how new workspaces or new business models have been on the rise itself. So talking on all of these, finally, this one was released by World Travel and Tourism Council. So we are sharing it on permission and the sources from them. So we are also part of the UNWTO affiliated member, and we are also a recognized member, and we are audited once in 2 years by the UNWTO, right? And this is the travel and tourism workforce. So there is hope. 2020, there was about 271 million jobs. 2021, it was about 289 million jobs in the travel and tourism workforce. But in 2022, it's expected to rise by 43.7%, which means it's almost 50% of jobs are going to rise. So on the one side, hotels in Malaysia are struggling to get for people, but on the other side, people are also opening up. There is still so much of hope for the industry. So students, you have to come in and embrace this industry, and this will be a good welcome for us. So there is so much of hope in the industry, right? So with these lines, I would like to just thank you for this opportunity, and there I end my presentation. And I'm really sorry, in between I was unable to present smoothly. Sorry.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your experiences with us and enlightening us with some lesser revealed facts pertaining the revival strategies and current hospitality trends. We will resume the third technical session on revenue and financial management in a while. Till then, I would request all the dignitaries to please join us in the lobby for tea. Professor Dr. Ashish Dahiya, sir. Sir. Now I would request Ms. Rajneet Kohli to welcome Dr. Bhupesh Kumar. I would sincerely request Ms. Anshu Singh to welcome Mr. Nishit Srivastav. We are extremely honored to have you all here in the Diamond Jubilee year of our institution.
To start off the session, we would like to call on stage Ms. Savarchala Manas, lecturer at IHM Hyderabad, to present her paper on Review on the Luxury Accommodation Sector's Pre- and Post-Pandemic Price Decision Factors.
Very good morning to jury members and to all the delegates. Very good morning and good morning to my dear students. I'm Mansa from IHM Hyderabad. I'm here to present my paper on price decision factors for luxury accommodation before and after pandemic, pre and post pandemic. We have the price factors to be we have considered before also when we fix the price for our products, but after pandemic what were the added factors that we have considered?
শুরু হয়ে গেছে আরে না না ওটা না তার আগে আমি দিয়েছি আপনাকে পাঠিয়েছি ওখান থেকে হ্যাঁ আমি ওখান থেকে তো আমি স্টার্ট করেছি আপনার মেলটা দিয়ে আমি পাঠিয়েছি তার আগে দেখুন শুধু একটা বড় আছে হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ টেকনিক্যাল সেশনটা
Moiroy ma'am, you're requested to mute your mic.
Really sorry for the inconvenience. Ma'am, please can you continue?
It's fine, it happens. It's okay. With added to the price decision factors pre-pandemic, what were the extra factors that we have to consider, especially for the luxury accommodation? As in the previous session, ma'am told that the luxury accommodations we have the boom, right? So my paper is all about what were the post-pandemic price factors have come into existence when we fix the prices, and what were the changes happened from 2010 to 2019 because the pandemic started in 2020. Am I audible to everyone, please? Yes, thank you. So I start with my presentation. So let us go ahead. So in the introduction, for any not only the hospitality industry, every industry, the price makes a very vital role. So the price includes, especially from the consumer point of view, the price plays a very important role in deciding his, according to his convenient, what kind of product he wants. And when we considered with the luxury accommodation, especially he looks for the hospitality and the ambience. So in the introduction, I have given price is one of the hotel selection criteria that influence the decision making and buying process of the guest. So price plays a very important role in selecting the hotel from the consumer point of view. So when it has to be combined, the price has a direct impact on revenue generated, and when paired with the cost, results in the organization total profitability. The price has to be framed in such a way that it should reflect our profitability, the organization profitability, because the price includes the cost plus the profit margin. The cost plus profit margin. So it plays a very important role in the company's profitability position. Pricing molding a firm's market share and electing responses from purchasing behavior. The purchasing behavior, particularly in the luxury accommodation category, competitive climate, distribution mix, demand and supply aspects in the market, demand forecast, and the establishment. Overall performance should be considered under by price decision makers. So when we go with the consumer point of view, we have to consider the consumer will be considering the climate and the distribution mix and the what is the position in the market, what kind of rating the hotel has, especially with the luxury accommodations. Then next comes, here comes the pricing decision factors pre-pandemic, before pandemic. What were the factors that we have considered before the pandemic when we are fixing the price? So mostly it was the location, distance, transport, amenities, demands, star rating, seasonability, and competition. These are the pre-pandemic decision, price decision factors when we are fixing the price for our products, end products. Then next comes the price decision factors of a hotel after the pandemic. What were the extra added price factors for the luxury accommodations to fix the factor, to fix the price for their products? So that is contactless modern service, hygiene, food and beverage safety, personal protective gears of the employee and the guest, and the sanitization. These are the very, very important price decision factors that was considered by the luxury accommodation, because the guest comes to the luxury accommodation for the comfortable, safety, hygiene, and what do you say, the whatever they expect from the luxury hotels, they have to get it. So after the post-pandemic, whenever the guests are coming, they will be just looking for all these kinds of things in this site, whether they have given what kind of the technical advancements that they are using with regard to the COVID-19 precautions. So these are the price decision factors that we have with regard to post-pandemic. Now I'll just go with my objectives. The objectives of my paper, this research, maximization of profit pre-pandemic. The profit margin was high before the pandemic compared to post-pandemic. And when comes to the post-pandemic, the profit maximization is there, but they ensure that at least whatever the cost, because the cost has increased now, so they ensure that at least the cost is covered when they are getting the profits. So that is the first point that I have made to cover in this research. Then next comes the adaptation of prices to fit the diverse competitive situations. Whatever the competitive that we are facing in the market, we will ensure that whatever the prices we are framing, it will fit to our competitive market conditions. That is the second objective I have taken in this paper. Am I not fast, jury members? Flexibility to vary prices in responding to changing in market conditions. Yes, price should be flexible for the hotel accommodations, especially for the luxury. Depending upon the market situations, we don't know when the market will have the boom, when the market will be going slow. It depends, and especially for the luxury accommodations, it will be vary from time to time, like our share market. And especially with the finances, we have to be careful from the revenue point of view that we ensure that further day, whatever we have planned, we have reached that revenue or not. If we have not reached that revenue for the day, we have to ensure that whatever we have planned for the day, we have to cover in the next day. So that is also the one more objective that I have made a note in this research paper, the flexibility to the market situations in the price changes. Then next comes to promote welfare of the firm in long run. We have to ensure that the price should be framed in such a way after post-pandemic, the firm has to be existing in the market for a long time. The firm has to exist in the market for a long time. So the price has to be made in such a way that the customer should always be, once he has come and visited our accommodation, he feels that whatever the price that we have quoted is very reasonable, nominal, and we are giving the super hygiene and everything, so that he will be again choosing our accommodation to come again. So it should be stable. The prices should be stable during the post-pandemic. Once we go with the once we have rise with the the revenue, then it's fine. But till we exist in the market, it is important to have the stabilization in the prices. Then I'll go with my review of literature. The review of literature, the first and foremost is uncompromising service and product offering are the heart of luxury. As I already told you, the luxury means should not compromise on the service and the product offering. Whatever the customer comes and offers, the hotel, they will not compromise on the quality because the customer is paying for it. So the customer expect the the maximum quality of the product even after the post-pandemic also, right? Then we will go to the ROI. The ROI is directly influenced by clever pricing selections that the supply the most number of guests at the lower possible price in order to constantly maximize RevPAR and total revenue per results. Okay. Then next comes the methodology. The methodology I have taken is, as we are in Hyderabad, we will be having the training managers. So I framed quickly, I have sent it online Google form to 150 employees, and I collected a sample of 50 employees were responding to my questionnaire because they said it is something confidential to give the paper with regard to the price decision factors. And the 50 members from whom I have collected is the revenue managers, the hotel hotel revenue managers, and the marketing and sales executives. Okay, then these are the people who have responded to my Google form. Then next comes the secondary analysis I have collected from the Smith Travel Research, which have provided the revenue and occupancy performance data from hotel. I have collected the secondary data from the STR. The results and recommendations between 2010 and 2019, the pricing point in the luxury hotel category changed. An analysis of the most recent STR statistics for the luxury class selection of hotels in India shows a growth year over year, especially declines noted until 2011 when India hosted the Commonwealth Games. It's just an example. 6 of the 10 months had a rise more than the 9%. With 3 of the 10 months, we have growth between 0 to 8.9%. So finally, I want to conclude that this reflects luxury travel's sustained willingness to pay for premium accommodation services in India at increasing rates over last 10 years. Very glad I couldn't not do it before the time. I'm very sorry for that. Okay, I'm done with the presentation.
The house is open for questions. If there are any questions to be asked from the presenter regarding the research paper.
Hello. 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 Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah, my question is that your research analysis and secondary data analysis, is there any correlation?
Once again, can you please come again, sir? I could not get you.
Your pageant research result and secondary result, is there any correlation?
Yeah, we have collected from the STR, Smith Travel results, we have collected the 10 years data from the secondary analysis only. So that is the reason I correlated my results and recommendations with that.
You have already collected the 150 sample search from the managers. Am I right?
Yes,
you are
sir.
responding to 150 to the Google form.
Not 150, 50. It was a size of 50 employees. 150 okay. I forwarded, but I could collect only 50 employees. That is my methodology that I have used on primary data.
Have you compared your result and secondary result? Whether your result better, is it supported your secondary result or not? My question is only for that.
Yeah, when I compared my secondary analysis with my primary analysis, it is not up to the data which I have collected, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the audience? I could see few MSc students sitting here, and this is an interesting topic. Few questions is expected from the students, especially MSc students, on methodology or review of literature or inference from the survey, anything related to that? Why the bell is ringing? Is this bell for us also that we have to talk for 30 seconds only?
No, sir, definitely not, sir.
So sorry for that,
No,
sir.
no, nothing about sorry. Don't worry. This is post-pandemic effect.
For 2 years it
that's
is
what
silent.
Okay, now we'll start with Professor Daya, and then we will give our
Dr.
feedback.
Bhupesh. Well, at the outset, I would like to congratulate the leadership, Kamal Kant Pansab, for having all of us here in this
Yes, sir.
3 days international conference. Thanks to you, sir, and entire team of IHM PUSA. That's a very interesting domain which you have chosen for work.
Thank you so
There are
much,
few
sir.
suggestions to it,
Yes,
since
sir.
it's an early phase of research.
Yes, sir.
First suggestion is that you collected data from 50 respondents.
Yes.
You reported that they are the employees of hotels.
Yes, sir.
If you look towards practical implications, actually an employee is really not bothered that what is the room tariff and what are the revenue practices, unless he's into revenue management or he's
yes.
into a senior leadership, he or she, whatever, despite of gender. So there would be questions on reliability and validity of data. Because if you ask somebody from housekeeping or F&B services or even for training, so an assistant manager training would not be really knowing that what is the current tariff going on. And gone are those days when there were published tariffs and the hotel really didn't used to deviate from it. Now based on demand and supply, it keeps on changing every now and then. It could have been more apt, or in near future, you could probably collect data from the guests.
Sure, sir.
But
Compulsory.
how do they feel? What is a guest perspective? I'll give you a
Preference.
beautiful example. I stayed at Trident Chennai in 2009.
I see.
And after a discounted rate per room night stay was 10,000 rupees.
Okay.
Whereas if you log on to any Trident property now, this weekend I'm going to Agra. So I was happy that I was getting rates of Trident Agra at 6,000 rupees.
Oh.
So 2009, 10,000 rupees a room night. 2022, 6,000 rupees a room night. Now that makes me rethink that how the hotel has changed its revenue management practices and what must be the reasons there too. So what points you have taken are really good, that hygiene and other are the
Yes.
considerable factors.
Yes, sir.
But in addition to it, if you add data, collect data from
Okay.
the users, that is the guests, that
Oh.
will add indeed a good value to it.
Okay, sir,
And then you
definitely.
can have comparative studies.
Definitely, sir. I will add that. Definitely. Thanks for your suggestion, sir.
After you.
Okay.
Good morning,
Again,
sir.
I thank you, Ms. Mansa. The thing is, same question I had because there is no guest response. So how can I measure the preference of the guest on the pricing?
Because
that is one. But when we are talking about pricing factor, so if it is from the hotel side, right? If it is from the hotel side.
Yes.
So you have not you showed the services, location, distance, but is there any difference in services also because of the pricing? It is not
No,
discussed
no.
in
The
it.
service will not compromise. If prices will be added. Whatever the pre-pandemic prices, that the factors where we have taken into consideration when fixing the rates or the price of the product, there were additional factors were considered in fixing the price. On the service to the guest, there is no compromise. The service will not be getting compromised with regard to the price. Means
think
I
it
got
is-
your
this
logic.
also
If the prices are high,
I
the
feel
service
it
also.
needs to be measured because many of the hotels,
Yes.
after post-pandemic situation,
Yes, sir.
they are struggling with the manpower, staff, and that's why instead of in-room dining, they are more preferring buffets, and fine dining restaurants are not working properly. There are many. They have limited menus. They cut many of the dishes. So services also affected practically.
Okay.
But it is not reflecting anywhere in the service. So you are talking only about the room location. So obviously room is there, that is there. But the services of the hotel has affected.
Okay.
That is personal experience. And as Mr. Diya said, it could have been if the guest feedback was there,
Okay, sir.
then
I'll
it
collect
might
it.
have reflected.
Yes, sir, definitely I'll do that.
Now
Good morning, sir.
concluding to what sir and Nishi sir and Daya sir says, and what there was a question from Mr. Vireshwar Pradhan also. Can you switch on your presentation once more? The first slide, where it mentions your title. Can we come to the presentation one? Yeah. Come to the first slide, very first slide. Yeah. You talk about pre and post pandemic price decision factors for luxury and accommodation. So the moment we read this topic, our expectation automatically gone very high. Now you come to your objective. Come to the slide where your objectives are mentioned.
Yes.
The third slide. No, move on.
Next.
Next. Yeah. And you yourself, when you will go through this objective, you deviated us from the topic, and that is why these questions have come to you.
Okay.
Your objectives were not clear to yourself only, and that is why the research got distracted. We are talking about pre and post both, but here when we talk about objective, we are talking about pre-pandemic there was more profit margin. Post-pandemic with minimum profit it is ensured only cost is covered. Why this is an objective? This could have been result, this could have been recommendation. This cannot be objective. What was your objective? Why you want to do this research?
Because
why you are exploring pre and post-pandemic pricing factor?
Okay.
So you have answered in your objective rather than you have not defined to us what you were looking to find out and what you wanted us to be known for.
Okay.
So that's why this confusion of secondary data, primary data, whom to approach, and rightly said, not only whom you have approached, your area also, you have only taken it only as in Hyderabad.
Okay.
Every location has its own
Yes.
dynamic. So you should have taken few good metro cities also, so that would have helped you a lot. And
Sure.
similarly, where we need to approach the revenue managers we have
Yes.
in hotels, we have finance officers in the hotels. They are the people who decide what would be the
price,
selling price, what would be the MSP, and what would be the discounts, negotiations, whatever it is. So we have to approach the right respondent to get the right outcome out of it.
Okay, sir.
And I'd like to basically appreciate Team IHM Pusa. Really fantastic conference it's going on, and it's a vision of Sri Kamal Kanji sitting there, and Dr. Ansu ma'am and Sweta, you all have well coordinated it, and obviously the team जो कि हर समय पीछे से दिखता नहीं है, the F&B team, the kitchen team, the housekeeping team. मुझे मालूम है कॉन्फ्रेंस का प्रिंसिपल को सुनना पड़ता है, सर हमें कोई अप्रिशिएट नहीं करता है, इवेंट तो हम चला रहे थे. So this happens every time. So I'll say 5 star to the team, IHM Pusa. Thank you.
Thank you one and all, and thank you Principal of IHM Pusa, Sri Pansar, and thank you to IHM family for giving me this opportunity to share my knowledge and to take the inputs from all the dignitaries and the jury members and the research scholars. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Have a very pleasant day.
I would really like to thank ma'am, and thank you so much sir for appreciating our team.
Now we would request Dr. Kirti Datta, Professor and Dean of Research, Rishi Hood University, to please come up on stage and present her paper on food delivery apps, consumers' intention to use during COVID-19 pandemic in India.
I would also request Dr. Bharat Josiem, Professor and Chair, Merchandising and Digital Retailing College, to come here and present their paper.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury. Glad to be here. I'm a proud alumnus of IHM Pusa, 1975-78 batch.
and have been teaching in America for last 35 years. This, I would just like to mention a point of pride, not just for me, but for IHM PUSA. This is my 100th research presentation at an international conference. And I'm very proud that it's happening here. It could well be my last. I might be retiring soon. So it's a garvapsi of sorts. Yeah. So let's get on with the show here. So we are talking about food delivery apps. People talked about technology and what was the customer motivations, barriers, moderators of food delivery apps during COVID pandemic. Dr. Kirti Datta, Dean, is the first author. My colleague, Dr. Han Wen, F&B expert, is the second author. And the third author is Dr. Sanyukta Pokalangara, who's a nifty graduate fashion technology, our sister department. And fourth author is me. So let's move on here. Again, food delivery apps are getting more useful. They were started off, they took off, but during COVID, it's just their good luck, and it accelerated on a huge curve, also facilitated by adoption of smartphones, 4G technology, all of that. So it's worth talking about it. So let's move on. So purpose of the research, again, to have a comprehensive look at customer attitudes and behaviors regarding food apps. And the constructs we are using is theory of planned behavior, technology adoption model, extended technology adoption model, and risk perceptions, and how they impact the intention of the customer to continue to use the food delivery apps after the pandemic. Next. So let me just go through the constructs very quickly. I think keep going to the final proposed model. Okay, let's look at this heavy duty thing, and I will hand it over to the quantitative expert, Dr. Datta, to talk about more heavy duty structural equation modeling. So what are we looking at? As I said, the intention is to look at whether people will use online food delivery apps out here, and the constructs there are the perceived innovativeness of the food app, utilitarian motivations. Why do I want to use a food app? Of price and food choices, then hedonic motivations. Do I find this a pleasurable experience? All of that. Then we look at technology issue, which is ease of use. And then we look at food safety issues from two angles, that because things are being delivered, I don't see the kitchen. We talked about ghost kitchens. So am I safe? And food delivery risk perception, which is a new thing, and all of us are familiar with the various news articles and so on about food delivery risk of the food spoiling and the delivery guy giving you COVID. So we looked at those kind of things out here, moderated by do they impact attitude, subjective norms, perceived behavioral control, and trust in the whole process. So this brings us to how will it impact the intention to use online food delivery apps. So Dr. Datta will take over the real heavy duty stuff, which is talking about structural equation modeling and all that.
Thank you so much. So I'll just skip to the findings part, and as you can see, we have collected, we were able to collect final 296 responses, and which are very fairly, distributed across, gender, veg to non-veg preferences, age, marital status, educational level, income, and all these things. So if we look at the constructs, I'll just quickly just to show you that the Cronbach alpha was all above 0.7, and the average variance extracted was above minimum 0.65. So that means that all the constructs here are aptly capturing the attitudes that we wanted to capture of the consumers. So this is the final model that came out, and as you can see, first I'll talk about the fit, that it's above 0 and less than 1, so it's a good fit, SRMR, that we're talking about. And if I talk about all the constructs, as you can see, the utilitarian motivations of price, food choice, and the hedonic motivations, they impacted attitude, and attitude further impacted intention. So when we're looking at all these utilitarian motives, these are very, very important. And hedonic motivations is also important. So these are the ones which are impacting attitude at a higher confidence level. And the perceived innovativeness, that is impacting at a lower level, because we've been ordering food online for long. So, we've been using Swiggy and Zomato and all these tools. So it was not, the innovativeness was not so high when we're, correcting the responses. So that's why it's at a lower level. Subjective norm is impacting intentions. Perceived behavioral control is the one which is impacting it at a lower level. But the ease of use, that is important, and it is impacting directly, and it is also mediating via the perceived behavioral control. So then ease of use is something that is very, very important. And if we talk about trust, then trust, which is being impacted by the food safety risk perception and the delivery risk perception, as we were just talking about in the constructs. So then the food safety risk perception, that's more prominent, and it's impacting trust more directly, and by mediating through trust on intentions directly and through mediation as well. And the food delivery risk perception, so if you remember that during COVID, all these food delivery apps and all the restaurants, they also started talking about how they're using the COVID protocols, and everyone is, getting the injections and all these things. So therefore, the food delivery risk perception was, at a lower level, but the safety risk perception, that was at a high level of, confidence. And that's because, like Dr. Josiam also said, there are more cloud kitchens, and we're just ordering online. We cannot see how they're doing it at the back. We can just see the delivery guy who's coming, but we cannot see how it's being prepared. So that, therefore, the food safety risk perception was impacting directly and mediating through trust as well. And trust was impacting directly the adoption of the online food delivery apps. So that's the final model that we came out with. And so this is the resultant model again. So all the choices and everything are there. So now I'll just skip to the final discussion. So I'll just go to the implications.
Yeah. So as you can see, I mean, essentially we try to start with the objectives, design the model so it does address the objectives, and conclude again by bringing it back, just like in music, aroham, avaroham, going up, going down. So it closes the loop out here. So again, what's the point of all of this? Theoretical implications, we have extended the use of theory of planned behavior, and we have integrated technology adoption models, because technology is the facilitator of this whole thing. Without technology, you can't have it. So are people comfortable or not? The other extension which has not been done in previous literature is this inclusion of food risk perception, particularly the inclusion of the delivery risk perception, independent of just the food safety, like am I going to get food poisoning and so on. So we were able to do that, and showed that yes, they do impact buyer behavior, and we have to pay attention to that. So what's the deal? I mean, why should we bother with this research? How is it helping restaurant operators and so on? So restaurant operators, again, must recognize when a customer comes into a restaurant, they see your menu, but when they open the app, they see 1,000 menus. So you have to be scanning the marketplace, and you have to pay attention to food choices you're offering through the app. Similarly, again, when you come inside the restaurant, you're already there, you can't do anything about the price. But in a delivery app, people are comparing prices all the time. So again, the operator has to provide reasonably priced food items in different ranges, and monitor the competition and keep in line with that. Understand that trust is an important issue. So you want to facilitate trust, communicate the kind of protocols you're following to build up the trust overall. Safety protocols in terms of food, in terms of delivery, in fact, in terms of personal credit safety, and all of those issues need to be addressed. And I think I covered that. Yeah, so again, limitations, self-reported online survey, which was conducted. We gathered a sample of a pretty substantial few hundreds, so that's good. And we have to repeat the survey probably after another year that COVID is coming down, so what's going to be happening out here? There is no end to research. More research is always required. So again, to summarize and give credit to our co-authors who are not here, and so with that, we will take the questions, and I believe we are on target and on time. Thank you.
the house is open for questions. We'll take 2 questions for our researchers.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
My first question is what is the research gap from the secondary sources? What is the research gap in this study?
In the research, we have gathered primary data, so we are not looking at secondary sources other than as, I guess, citations to build up. You can't just have a hypothesis at random. So the previous research is used to look at the hypothesis which need exploration. So the contribution here is the primary research and therefore the justification of the extended model.
That means it is the qualitative research. Am I right, sir?
No, it is very much quantitative research, sir. Structural equation modeling is very much quantitative and pretty heavy duty stats.
My doubt is there, if the study is the qualitative research and your analysis is the structural equation model, is there any connection for that?
No, it is quantitative. I think you are mistaken in your fundamental assumption. This is quantitative research, and structural equation modeling is the appropriate statistical technique to be utilized. I don't know how you got the impression that it was qualitative once.
No. Actually, you without any finding the research gap there is a research gap problematic, gap spotting, problematization is the two basic for this thing. Whether you are addressing to the problematization process or gap spotting method, sir. My question is that.
Mr. Pradhan, you are right. Whenever we are doing research, we look for a gap and then we do it. But we've moved beyond that. We are proposing a model that can be used by various, restaurant service providers and, food delivery apps. So this is a model that we've proposed on the basis of drawing constructs from various models like the theory of planned behavior, technology acceptance model, the unified theory of acceptance and acceptance of technology. So from various models, we've drawn constructs and then we are proposing a model which we have shown that this model holds true and it is very much relevant.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You are
Mr.
taking to
Videsh,
the that means you are
Mr.
taking to
Pradhan,
the secondary
pardon me.
sources. My question is that, my doubt is that.
Mr. Pradhan,
that what is
Mr.
the
Pradhan,
secondary
hello, Mr. Pradhan. Actually,
Yes, sir.
you are confused with the present research. Every research need not go for the secondary data and then justifying it through the primary data. When you are coming with a structural model, it could be a new research also. It is what is available in the market. They have tried to find out what are the factors which involves the changes of perception in the consumers and how the restaurants or food business outlets are going to use this structural model looking toward the future of the business. So finding out what is there in the secondary data and what is the gap, I hope this research is not meant for that. So we are having the wrong questions here right now, and otherwise you can contact the researchers personally later on. Yes, the young generation who use the food delivery app much more than what our generation use. The presenters also I don't think are more used to using the food delivery app, but the generation sitting at the back in the dark, I'll request the organizers to please switch on the lights there. Even if they are awake or not, I want to see that. Because sitting 1 kilometer near the outlet also still we order on the food delivery app. There is a reason to it. The structural model might have missed that perception. So a question coming out of you may help me putting a question later on to them.
I actually enjoyed the presentation because for the first time, I actually understood my PERT and CPM. I always used to get confused when I had to do that as a student. And this is the first time I could really understand the whole concept behind it. And it is a very good approach. But coming to the fact that the innovation which you said, it is innovative for a lot of people here in India. Because, for example, I live in Bhatinda. Swiggy, Zomato came during pandemic. We didn't Zomato. Okay? And of course, it was there in Chandigarh and nearby cities. But People didn't know how to use a Swiggy, Zomato at all. So in India, this perceptive innovation question would get addressed, because for a lot of people, it was absolutely innovative. They didn't know what it was.
I would actually connect this to the previous question, which says, well, where is the gap? I mean, that's the whole point of this research, is to address the gap both at the technology level and additional gap of this kind of research during COVID, which is different from doing research in non-COVID times. So the COVID brought together the acceleration of technology, smartphones, and enabled these kind of apps which couldn't have been done 10 years back on 3G phones. So that's what this gap is addressing. So good point on the app. Other questions?
I think there are a lot many orders which has come from Swiggy and Zomato. They are enjoying that. So yes, sir.
All right. I would say it has been an excellent work. My congratulations.
Thank you.
Compliments to all the authors. There are some suggestions for further scope of research. One, that like in context of rooms, people are exploring, and there are portals like Trivago offering inter and intra comparison between the hotel rooms rates. So the way food business is flourishing and so many food apps are coming, there might be a need that there may be some apps come up which offers you a comparison that if you order dal from this outlet and another, then how the comparisons will happen. That can be one of the areas. Two, during this time there have been even luxury services and food. They have been compelled on the online platforms. So properties like Taj launched Qmin app.
Right.
And so was the case with Oberoi's and Lalit, that you could place order and the food was delivered online. And keeping in view the luxury services, they preferred not to collaborate with Zomato, Swiggy or others, rather launch their own apps. So there can be some interesting studies on these also, so that the young minds can have more fairer idea and more conceptual clarity. Overall, it has been excellent. I enjoyed listening to you and viewing your presentation. Thank you.
These are wonderful suggestions, and we will have the paper in the next conference. Thank you for your insightful ideas.
I must congratulate you, and rightly said by Rajneet ma'am, structural models sometimes are so complicated that we need to do a new research to understand them. So first thing is that what you have done, this is the way how we present it to the audience. Whatever we printed in the research paper, it's something different, but when we come to the audience, it should be connected with the audience. So very beautifully presented.
Thank you.
What I feel that there are few limitations other than what you said, that it's of COVID time, maybe it would have been different post-COVID or pre-COVID, whatever it is. But there are few other perceptions also why food delivery app is used. There are many such aggregators have come, apps have come, not only for the food business, for any type of business, A to Z you say. There are, now we have online apps. You want to use a cab, you want to book a hotel, you want to book a flight, whatever the service sector is there, now everything is coming up on this. The OTT platform is shifting to the app platform, and we are using it. So there are lot many other perceptual factors also which basically attracts the customer to use that. Something like we get coupon codes, vouchers, and other such marketing initiatives time to time by this aggregator. So we could have presented in our structural model regarding what we have offers to, even if I am a non-potential customer, to bring me and to compel me to use the product and buy through it. So that we could have thought of covering in that structural model also.
Definitely, again, this is a very, very fast evolving place, and it's always good to get insights to develop deeper. We didn't have time to actually go into each of the sub sentences in the construct, but we did ask the respondents about promos and so on, which is why you found that price was big. It's not just price, but the availability of promos and the price transparency of different people. So I think absolutely these issues need to be explored further, which we will in the next paper.
Thank you so much, all the jury members. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for your presentation.
So that Good afternoon, everyone. I request that our Q&A session should be for 2 minutes because we are running short of time. Humble request to the jury members too, because we still have around 5 presentations and we would like to wind up by 1 o'clock. Thank you, everyone.
Next, we would like to call on stage Mr. Junaid Casey, research scholar, to present his paper on Voluntourism in Puducherry, exploring motivation, experience, satisfaction, and revisit intentions of tourists.
A very good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Junaid Casey, Junior Research Fellow from HNBG Uttarakhand, and I'm here on the behalf of Ashirya Venkatraman and Professor R.K. Dodi to discuss major findings of our study on voluntourism in Puducherry, exploring motivation, experience, satisfaction, and revisit intention of tourists. As you all know that voluntourism is not that much popular or celebrated in India, especially if we are comparing with the Western counterparts. So simply it refers to volunteering your time, skill and energy with any organization or issues or causes to make difference in the communities or nature around the world. So volunteer tourists also pay for involved in any work or causes rather than pay for the leisure. And volunteers not only travel to help their project, but also they travel to gain their own experience, which may benefit in their career development or personal developments. And they also try to spend some time in nearby tourism activities or tourism resources. So coming to the case of voluntourism in Puducherry, mostly the organizations or NGOs are supporting projects like afforestation, wildlife protection, organic farming, waste management, aids people with constraints and intellectual disabilities, and as well as supporting the livelihood conditions of needed peoples with necessary skill and awareness within the communities. So these are the few literatures. There are a lot of literature. These are the main literatures which discuss different cases or variables around the volunteer tourism activities in the region. And if we are going to the research gap, especially there are works on organization point of view, and cases of Puducherry is less comparing to the resources available in the literature. And by filling the gap, the current study is significant in understanding volunteer tourists and also to help the organization to design their programs accordingly. So summarizing the review of literature, there are a lot of authors or different authors which have highlighted that experiences, expectations and satisfactions, which like behavioral traits or patterns or behavioral environments for the tourists are affecting the main criteria for revisit intention of them.
Objectives and methods.
So based on this, we have objective our study to find out the motivation to choose the volunteer organization or the program, assessing their experience as well as overall satisfaction level, and to determine the revisit intention of the people. And for that purpose, we have contacted around 800 volunteers which stayed in the organization Srishti Village and Astamangana and Human Alliance in last 3 years, and we have got e-questionnaire responses about 294 through online surveys and social media connections. So coming to the points, Srishti Village is an NGO working on improving intellectually disabled people by following community farm living system in their village. There they practice their life skill training and agriculture to enhance the living conditions of intellectually disabled people. Similarly, Atma Sangha is promoting environment friendly living with projects like urban tree planting, waste management, recycling, crafting, reusable products, Auroville Eco Tour, etc. So coming to the basic findings or general findings, there are greater parts of volunteers were Indians, and there are 15%, 6% of foreigners, and majority of the age groups coming under 30 to 40 and 21 to 30, it is comprised of 65%, and largest share of volunteers were male. As I mentioned, there is 45% of females, and only few are preferred to say their gender. And the study also reveals that employed personnel, around 38% are participated more comparing to self-employed people, and students also contributed their participations. And most of the volunteers spending around 1 to 3 months, and only few are opted for 3 to 6 months. And most of the driving factor was, or the reason for the volunteering was, giving back to the society. So these are some outputs on specification model analysis in the AMOS application, and the effective observation variables like independent variables, motivation, experience, and satisfaction, and dependent variables on like previous intention. And these are the reasons for volunteering, and these are the observed variables under the motivation, under the experience, and under the satisfaction. And these are the hypothesis relationship which signify under motivation and previous intention, experience and previous intention, and satisfaction and previous intention. So coming to the conclusion on the motivation variable, access new skills and abilities, work with different people, help others, and make difference were the primary factors that caused the volunteers to participate in the volunteer tourism activities. And in the experience element, we can say stay, food, security, ambience recorded high positive influence, whereas workload to volunteers, interaction with other volunteers poses a major concern for some. And the satisfaction of volunteers were comparatively low when compared to the other variables, like comparing to other observed variables, the satisfaction level was low. And most of the volunteers respond positively for the future volunteering and revisit, whereas the recommendation of the volunteering organization to a friend or colleague organized low. So these are the major recommendations we provide for based on the research. Organization should consider focusing merely on the motivation of volunteers, as they are the primary human resource for the project, and the organization is that they have to maintain steady relationship with the existing and previous volunteers, especially to sustain or retain the volunteers in the organization in the future also, and not to treat volunteers as workers. We observe the different observed variables under the certification and experience. The volunteers are getting workload, or they are considering or remanding the law in the workload, etc. So it is not to treat volunteers as workers, and it is vital to acknowledge small deeds and volunteers and motivate them further. And local community participation in every stage, it not only ensure the local community participation in every organization improvement, but also make sure that volunteers are more connected to the local community or the objectives of the volunteer person. Okay, thank you guys.
Nice attempt. There are certain points, please don't mind. One, when we talk about research, essentially there has to be 3 C's: concept, construct, and context. To the best of my ability, I'm yet to understand the concept, construct, and context of this presentation. You mentioned that you did collected data with e-questionnaires. Who were your respondents?
The respondents are volunteers who have been there in last 3 years, not last year, 2018.
Who are those volunteers? Educated people, villagers, tourists? Who are
No,
those?
most of the volunteers are employed peoples, and few are students, and few are self-employed peoples.
So when you were at that place, why didn't you prefer to get a printed questionnaire? What inspired you to have online questionnaire? Were you sure about, how did you ascertain that those volunteers were digitally savvy and they could respond to it in a right way?
So actually these 294 questions was collected by the organization itself, because they are having a record or the list of the peoples they have visited, and due to the issues with the personal data, they have not allowed us to find out who are the person. They collected on behalf of the others. The
You
organization
also recommended that the organization must look forward to increase the morale of volunteers, or you see, right? That was one of your recommendations.
Yes.
Who is volunteer?
Volunteer is a person who is willing to work for the society or
So volunteer is one who volunteers, so he has intrinsic motivation.
Yes, definitely.
So you're asking an organization to motivate somebody who has volunteered. So if somebody was not motivated, he would not have volunteered. It is contradictory to the basic concept of a volunteer.
No, it's prefer to motivating the volunteers to revisit or re-spend their time in volunteering activities.
Last question. Last question. What value will it add, and how does it fit into revenue management in this session?
No, that I am not also sure.
But what value your research will add?
In this research will add value to the organization, especially the volunteering organizations which are working on volunteerism activities. So the research are mainly for them, not for tourists. It's for the organization who are working on the volunteerism.
Over to Dr. Bhupesh.
Give that bell to me and give me the timing. I'll ring it as per the time limit you have given to the. That will do.
$, huh?
Okay, let me come to what he wanted to explain. We 3 people who are very much into research arena since many years, we ourselves got confused in your paper. Frankly, we should be truth enough so that you can improve it. So I don't expect anything which has gone down till the audience also. We were talking about volunteerism.
Yes.
From where you got that definition? Who you have not cited, how you got that definition from? Is it your own definition, or have you referred this definition from some resource?
Yes.
Who has given that definition? And have you really understand about the definition? Because when you started the research, first you need to understand the term itself. So there was a gap between the researcher and the title. So when we are talking about volunteerism, what you wanted to research, you were not clear. And that's why things were like that way. When we talk about volunteerism, there could have been objectives wherein we could have find out how we can increase more and more volunteers, what strategies organizations can have to have more and more volunteers being attracted, rather than just finding out if they are satisfied or not, or they will revisit or not. We should talk about how we can have more and more volunteers. It's itself, when the number goes up, the revisit is included in that.
Yes.
Right? So first you need to understand volunteerism yourself. You first become a volunteer yourself. Work there for 2 months, 3 months, understand the concept behind it, and then do the research over it. Then you will be able to justify this. This is my suggestion. Sir.
Come on the topic again. So we got confused, so certain clarifications. Exactly. No, the first thing contradictory is always the motivation and volunteerism is together. That is, and the satisfaction. So whenever we are volunteering, satisfaction is automatic part of it. So what actually we were measuring in this research paper you were doing? No, it wasn't. So we all got confused. So satisfaction level is what? I just give a cite an example. I was visiting Victoria Memorial in Kolkata. I was all alone. I went to the counter. I said, I need a guide to show me around. Right? Department said, sorry, we cannot give guide to us individual thing unless there is a group. I cannot give any guide to you. We don't provide guide to show around the museum to individuals. Right? There were few volunteers around. They said, okay, sir, I will show you. I said, okay, fine, join me. So he showed me around. And at the end, he was a volunteer. He said, sir, okay, we have to survive, so please pay something to him. So that's where my question was coming. In Pondicherry you're doing, so maybe there may be many volunteers who are doing the survey. But what is their survival model? And that's where you are mentioning once, their food, accommodation, and other parts. So, if it is a volunteer, where is the question of monetary benefit or survival? That is where we got confused.
So,
okay. Yeah, tell me, what you conceive as a volunteer?
So most of the volunteers are paying for their stay, accommodation, and other activities, participation.
Who pays? Guest, with whom they are,
Guest.
or guest. So it is basically a service they are offering. So nothing volunteer.
But it's different from the normal tourism
No,
activity.
they are a facilitator. They are charging for the facilitating services.
Ah,
They are no more volunteers, because volunteers don't charge. That's where the question is. Volunteer means what? So that's where all the confusion is coming. So either you look at your topic, change it, and maybe the terms can be revised. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. Moving forward, I would like to call upon the stage Mr. Somajit Bandopadhyay, research scholar, IHTM, Rohtak, to join us on the stage and present their paper on analyzing the role of social media marketing and hospitality industry.
Hello. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. So the topic is analyzing the role of social media marketing in hospitality industry. Moving forward. So social media today has allowed all of us to connect beyond our geographical boundaries. So social media today has allowed all of us to connect beyond our geographical boundaries, and it has been a trend today that web-based media plays a impact, be it on the tourism sector, be it on any other sector. It is about the voice of the common people where things gets perceived and it is getting reacted upon the crowd as well. Here, when we talk about the huge impact on tourism and hospitality industry, I will give you an example. This is my example all totally. 2013, I was in second year, IHM Bangalore. So I went to a restaurant to have some food and stuff. I got my first Android phone at that point of time. So Google and stuff were new. I never had an idea ki rating 1 star, 5 star, no idea. So I bluntly came out and I rated the restaurant 1 star. Bluntly, cut to 2019, I am in ISTM MDU Rohtak with the research methodology classes on. I get a mail from that particular restaurant that what were the things that they need to improve upon. That is the influence. With time, it has gone up, and the impact of the feedback, be it my feedback, be it a generic feedback, it creates a brand image or rather degrades a brand image which the hotel or a restaurant needs to take care of. And the basic purpose of today's social media is of the decision making process. Why decision making process? Decision making process because the purpose of social media is to provide feedback and sharing of the experiences. The more we share the experiences, the more the crowd comes to know about things, about the place, about the services provided in that place. So once it gives a positive amount of feedback, obviously it interacts to decision making. Moving on, the social media and marketing part. These days, any aspect which deals with fetching of information before we travel anywhere, be it hotels or be it a new city, Googling that place is some sort of a regular activity. Before going to a hotel, or rather before booking a hotel, seeing the rating of the hotel in TripAdvisor, seeing the rating about the hotel given by the common people, other than TripAdvisor, in the other microblogging sites as well, be it the blogs in YouTube. We need, and this is a need of the hour that we go through those things and then we book. And it is directly related to marketing, branding, and maintaining public relations. In travel, normally we see vacation travel related products are experiential in nature. The more beautiful our experiences are, the more dynamic our blogs will be. Rather, not to focus on blogs all total, be it our feedbacks. And their purchase is considered complex and involves certain high risks.
Please come to your methodology and the findings.
I'll just go briefly about the
objective we would like to see. We are not interested in this.
No.
Just you move to your objective slide. Next.
So the objectives of the study are to understand the role and impact of social media in the hospitality industry, and to understand the role of social media in increasing the revenues. And I, being a resident of Chandigarh now, I have conducted it in the Chandigarh region. So the methodology study is based on descriptive research design. Content analysis on secondary data was performed to ascertain the factors. Primary data was gathered with the help of a questionnaire, and of the Chandigarh region hotels, now here with the questionnaire part, I got 70 respondents, 20 being from the hotel part and 50 from the potential consumers. Structured non-disguised questionnaires were developed developing with the variables undertaken with previous literature. These were the certain factors which I took. Word of mouth still plays, this is an old study, but still it plays a very relevant role. Now coming to the data analysis, social media in travel planning. Self-use tourism needs and travel operations, 58% of the users are still going with the influence of social media in travel planning, which is a positive thing, and it will grow with time. Today it is 58%, and again it is restricted to Chandigarh. Influence of social media to choose hotels. I explained it in the introduction itself. Decision making selecting the vacation locations, 53% is the rest of the population, 47% being dependent on social media. The rest of the population being people who are with the travel agents, who are physically going and coming with the values. Engaging customers through social media, this is something very important, engaging the customers. While we are talking about customer engagement, be it the CRM activities or the public relation activities, we are addressing directly to the consumers, guests, and their queries with the help of social media. And 82% of the hotels are doing so. It gives a personalized feeling. This is the brand promotional strategies with the help of social media and publicity about various activities and events. We open Instagram, we open YouTube, our ad pops up, and this is so normal. Bilingual promotion, again, it is restricted to Chandigarh. English is the most common one. Punjabi is not that much common. Publicizing the guest stories, be it TripAdvisor, be it some other point, the positive feedbacks are generated and it is circulated in the market to attract consumers. And publicizing the loyalty programs. Conclusion being the strategy of online advertising is getting popular day by day, and the wide connection of social networking is a good way to spread information. Publicizing something and spreading of information. Previously, I used to remember before this social media created a hype, Hindustan Times Brunch, they used to come up with the cover page, some sort of ITC hotels or Taj hotels advertisement. That was the only kind of advertising issue with the hospitality part. Now today, each and every site has a publicity event going on, and social networking has given a favorable condition to the industries to connect with their consumers. Recommendation being the tackling with the negative feedbacks, and further researches are need to be done accordingly. I spread something negative, negativity spreads faster than the positivity. That needs to be addressed upon. These are the references of the study. Thank you. Any questions?
The house is open for questions. We'll take 2 questions, and I'll ask the jury also if they have any questions further.
Audience, if we, yeah.
You made it quite clear that this is a descriptive study, so that's fine. So I would just go the suggestion route, which is to say that you need to expand beyond a descriptive study. A simple way of doing this, really, you have done this in Chandigarh. You could compare it with the metro area like Delhi, for example, and see how far they have evolved on that route there and how far they've evolved here. What can they learn from people who are further down the route and so on. The other issue is going back always. What are the objectives you're claiming, and then what ultimately are you finding? I see a gap there. Your objectives are somewhat ambitious. I'm not so sure that you have addressed them. So you've got to be careful about that and develop the study future with some level of comparison, comparison over time, comparison over level of sophistication and so on. And the last thing I would say, similarly, when you come to the recommendations, right, you can't recommend from your base of knowledge. You have to recommend based on what your study found. I don't see that connection. So that is something to focus on going forward.
Thank you, sir.
A good job overall.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joseph.
Thank you, Dr. Joseph, for making our task easier. Well, Soumyajit, interesting topic, I should say. But can you come back to your slides quickly? Previous. Yes, let's come to conclusion. Now, you see, even if we say we have not been through your presentation, though Dr. Joseph has already made it clear, the strategy of online advertising is getting popular day by day in the hospitality and tourism sector. It's a generic statement. Everyone will agree to it. How you derive it from your research work?
You get your point.
No, you don't derive it. Come to the next statement. Come to the next. Then come to recommendation. Now they have to, you see, in sync with what you aimed at, how you did it, and how you achieved it. Come to your literature review. You were showing when we asked you to move ahead. Come back. Next slide. Now you see, we are in year 2022, and technology is changing every day. And your studies are of 11, 2009, 15, 14, 19, 16, 17, latest 19. Were there no studies after 19? You should have thought about it. There should have been some conceptual base what you are trying to find out.
Sir, really sorry to interrupt. Can you please hold the mic a bit closer?
Yeah. So you could have tried to develop some concept and you could have moved in that, right? So that goes in sync with Dr. Bharat, what he has said. And you need to be more focused next time. Wish you good luck.
Thank you, sir.
See what has happened, why these things are coming to you. your topic, the title itself is, for me, it is unacceptable. Analyzing the role of social media marketing. Every Tom, Dick and Harry is taking this topic. Matlab, you reminded us the days of your third year, how you used to make the project report. आपने project report का topic उठाया और आपने research presentation बना दिया. You started it the wrong way only. You took the wrong path. And once you take the wrong path, everything has to be wrong. So that's why till result, recommendations, everything gone haywire. It was just a sort of a new learner who doesn't know what is R of research used to take this type of titles. So first you need to have your objective clear, that why you want to do a research. Why you are there. And then you have to frame the title. You know, if the title is right, 50% of the research is done there only. And rest 50% is meant for people like us. So choosing the title, framing it itself is one of the biggest hurdle when we start for the research. So never ever try to take this generic titles, as he rightly said. Everybody knows that. In the result, your first title itself. We all know that. What research you did? What was new in your research? Why we call it as a research? It was just a Google search. It was not a research. So we need to refine the things, what are there available in the market, and why we are doing that refinement. We must be able to connect it with the people whom we want that research to reach. Right? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation.
Next, I would like to call on stage Dr. Kirti Datta, Professor and Dean Research, Rishihood University, to present her review paper on GIS Methods and Hospitality, a systematic review of 40 years of research.
Warm greetings to everyone once again on and off the dais, all the dignitaries present here. So let me set the context to this paper. So this is, as you can see, the title is just a review of the papers of the last 40 years, and we're still in the process of developing the paper. And IHM was kind enough to allow us to present it here so that we could get quality feedback and incorporate it while we are still developing the paper. So that's the context. And the other context is I stand between you and lunch. I think this is the last presentation, so I'll be quick about it. So when you're talking about GIS methods in hospitality, I represent my colleagues in this research, Dr. Jeffrey Krieger from the University of Central Connecticut, Dr. Edgy Parsa from University of Denver, and myself, Dr. Kirti Datta. So GIS, as you all know, is the Geographic Information System, and a set of tools for storing and retrieving, transforming and displaying spatial data from the real world for a particular set of purposes. And what we've tried to draw in over here is that when we've looked at the literature, keep it relevant for hospitality focus, and where there's a lot of mention of GIS in the research. So that's how we've used only deliberately those papers wherein GIS in hospitality is mentioned. So if I look at the findings, so majorly the findings, if we look at and from all the research, so that from 1981 through 2020, so this is the graph of the research that has happened for hospitality and GIS. And just to give you an overview, that if I look at all the hospitality papers that were published in the same period, then again, this is very much in line with the hospitality and GIS trends of research. So therefore, this also peaked in 2013, whereas the number of papers for the normal hospitality, they peaked in 2015. So that's how this is, very much in line. And all the papers that we were able to study, we have categorized them into these 4 areas: site selection, cluster analysis, demographic and psychographic analysis, and spatial analysis. And as you all know, these are all following from location, because the three most important things when we talk about hospitality is location, location, and location. So this is how, this is there. So quickly, if I take you through the papers that have been presented in site selection, we could identify all these papers. And so when we're talking site selection, we're talking about, so within that area, how do we select the site? And we have the hotel site selection, spa resorts. Majorly, all these research has happened. And the Yang 2015, they gave the model of the hotel site selection tool. So that again was very much relevant when we're talking about hotel site selection. Then the second category was spatial clustering. So so we were talking about clustering, that within that space, how are the properties clustered when we're looking at similar restaurants within that broader area. So we could find papers related to hotels versus Airbnb clustering, hotel clustering, restaurant clustering, social clustering, and the restaurant popularity clustering. So Wells talked about a demographic way back in 1975, and he said that if we talk about the demographic as the skeleton, then the psychographic is the skin to the skeleton. So the third category that came out was demographic and psychographic analysis, wherein we could find papers related to the customer demographic data, demographics and road density relationship to quick service restaurants, demographics and psychographics, and demographics and psychographics. We could also find tourism and hospitality GIS techniques. Where can I find this? Where can I find this application? National park allocation applications. So this was where we could do the fourth category, the spatial analysis, wherein we are talking about forecasting for the guests, using GPS to track park attendees, the NCAA football association effect on hotels, GIS as an add-on analysis technique, and GPS tracking of guests. So that spatial analysis was the fourth category, wherein we could categorize all the papers related to hospitality and GIS. So if we quickly to the practical implications of this, then the concierge type applications will continue to be useful because they are easy to use and available. So that smartphones have taken over most of these applications, and because of this, future studies should incorporate into applications, and they should not require hardware solutions since most guests and customers have a smartphone. So this is where we are driving towards, and this is the next part of the paper, the future directions of research related to GIS. And this very much flows from what one of the panelists in the morning session said, that post-COVID they are looking at GIS and how they are using that to attract customers for the leisure and the staycations. So I think that we are very much in line with that. And so the other implications are we can use GIS for site selections for resorts and hotels and attractions and other hospitality related locations. We can look at guest demographic, psychographic analysis, the price elasticity studies, concierge type applications for smartphones, resort shorelines changes as used in the paper in 2004, business clustering effect in revenue pricing, competition analysis, sustainability studies, again the paper presented in the morning talked about this, and combining GIS with other analysis techniques similar to the research done in 2021 where they were using fuzzy AHP analytics. So here, some more implications are given, and I'll talk about, how we can combine GIS with other tools to study hospitality related research. So the limitations are that we have just, looked at only hospitality and GIS. So there are other papers related to GIS, but we have not looked at them. And many studies have mentioned GIS in passing, so we have again not looked at that. And one which is most obvious is that we have used only Google Scholar to draw out the research papers. So that again is one of the basic limitations that we have talked about over here. So this is open to feedback, and we would appreciate quality feedback so that we can further add value to the paper.
Yes, audience, the topic is new, I think, for many. Not for me, but for many. So, any questions? Do you really want to understand what GIS is?
Can I quickly ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sure.
Hello.
Hello, Dr. Datta.
Hello.
I don't know if you.
Hello.
I know you. I've heard of your work, and I appreciate what you've done.
Thank you.
This is of very real value. What you're doing here is of real value, because I think more and more data that gets generated in GISs, you need to do. My quick question was: were you trying to isolate hospitality with tourism in the thing, or are you combined? Because I saw a lot of tourism studies as well.
Yes. So we were looking at hospitality and tourism, and we tried to draw where GIS is playing a major role in that paper, in the research methodology of that paper. So we were trying to do that. And yes, because of the paucity of time and because of the limitations, I have not gone through all the research. So
I understand. Yeah. So so then perhaps maybe you want to expand it and call it hospitality and tourism.
Yes.
Because one of the problems we have is people don't seem to realize the distinction between the two, and they tend to be overlapped quite a lot.
Right.
And so when you so that's just a point of thought. So
thank you.
Great presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
You are audible. Please go on.
Hello.
Pradhanji, we can hear you. Please continue.
Ma'am, मेरा question है, it is the review paper, and what types of paper you selected? What is your criteria to find that type of paper is selected for review paper? And what is the technique you have used for that?
And what is
what is the technique you have used to select the papers?
Right. So so we have done a query-based research on Google Scholar, and once all the papers were downloaded, we have done a manual, reading of all the papers, and then we've shortlisted the papers because GIS is mentioned as a major research term in the paper, but once you deep dive into the paper, you understand that okay, it was just mentioned in the passing, and they've not used that basically for their research methodology. So then we did a complete, analysis, the content reading of the paper, and then we shortlisted only those papers which were using GIS as a tool for their research.
Okay, thank you. You have not used the Scopus database?
We used Google Scholar, which includes all the Scopus and Web of Science and everything.
Only the Google. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Dr. Kirti, a very interesting work, I must say. One quick question, which probably any reviewer would be raising it. Why only Google Scholar? Why not other databases?
Yes, so Google Scholar, because right now, as you all know, that all the paid databases, they are available only to a few elite who can afford that, and Google Scholar is the open platform, and we can all go there and we can download that. So that was one. And post-pandemic, what has happened is most of these all the A and B category journals, they're releasing their papers online as well. So therefore, right now, it makes sense to use Google Scholar more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, he has done the cheating. He has read the question from here. Okay. Why this question came to our mind, there is a reason to it. Yes. Still, the trust value of Google Scholar is not rated well.
Right.
So, many times when we talk about a quality research,
yes.
They might not accept that if you go
Right.
to quality then. So, I'd suggest rather we should use it, but we should have some more
Supplementary,
e-journals to be referred to better than Google, because it is now become open source. So
Right.
many a time you may land up referring a plagiarized work also.
So we ensured that they were all quality journals. That we
Still,
were
but that happens
yes, but
many a
I
time.
agree with you perfectly.
So
That
that's
yes.
that's why now the second thing regarding this JIS, this is very close to my heart. 10 years back only I started using this type of research. I did it for India, but nobody took it in India. New Zealand took it, and they had given New Zealand government has given a good grant. They invited me there to present because they wanted to accept their technology for their country. GIS basically what we did research last time since 1984 till 2010, we did the research on impact of urbanization on food supply chain, especially in the pretext of Delhi NCR. And it is very interesting study when we started to comparing the pictures from 1984 till now, how Delhi was expanding and how it was very, it was like I was playing a video game, and how the expansion and how the agriculture lands was being urbanized. Then we wanted to find out what impact was happening, because from a locally grown food articles, now we were dependent on mandi system to have it the procurement from other sources. So how it has an impact on cost of food materials, and how it was impacting directly to our hospitality industry. So as rightly said by Srikant sir, many a time people get confused with hospitality and tourism, and that's why many a time we demean our hospitality sector, because every time we connect our research with the hospitality and tourism. So we thought of taking as a safe only the food part and how it was impacting the menu in the kitchen, and we had a good qualitative research for that. We didn't did any quantitative research. We referred Chef Manjeet Gill. We had an interview with few other good corporate chef of Taj and other big brands. And what was the change? Still, they were also confused. They were unaware of that things has really changed on from 84 till 2010. It was an enlightening research for them also. Yeah, things are changing. Why things are changing, we were not aware of. So this GIS is really an enlightening thing if everybody understand. क्या है मतलब आज की डेट में आप गूगल अर्थ यूज किए होगे? Have you ever used Google Earth? So if you go to the history and you bring down, you'll find for any such, especially this why this review paper was there, that how the site selection can be done, the pricing strategy, the customer sampling, lot many things they can help. So it's a good review paper. It was an informative, because many a time not every research paper should be there in a conference like this, because we are here to collect some new knowledge. And I agree and appreciate, Kirti, that something new we all be taking from here today.
Thank you so much.
Thank
you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am, for the review paper.
Next, we have with us Ms. Sudipta Shaha, joining us online to present her paper on food commerce upshots with their former locus in the economy with respect to the pandemic 2020, a drawback or an aid in South Kolkata, West Bengal.
Ms. Sudipta Shaha Gure is a senior lecturer in the IHM Kolkata. I would request ma'am to join us. Ma'am, can you please unmute and start your presentation?
Yes, thank you so much. Is my slide visible? Is my PPT visible?
Yeah, it is visible. Now you can go to the slideshow.
Just a minute. Is it visible?
Yes, you can go. Carry on.
Yes. Good afternoon to all the jury members and esteemed dignitaries and all present out here. The research paper is a collaborative work or effort of Mr. Ashok Kumar Prasad, Principal in Charge, IHM Kolkata, myself, Sudipta Shaha Gure, Senior Lecturer,
and Pooja Biswas ma'am, lecturer, IHM Kolkata. The title for today's presentation is Food Commerce Upshots with Their Former Locus in the Economy with Respect to the Pandemic 2020, a Drawback or an Aid in South Kolkata, West Bengal. With that, I start my presentation. We all know that the food commerce industry has flourished massively during the past decade in South Kolkata in West Bengal. And new outlets are opening every now and then, so much so that this region is known as the food street of Kolkata. But we all know that regardless of their scale of operations, each of these outlets had well established themselves, catering to their respective target markets and earning a decent amount of revenue over the years. However, due to the novel coronavirus, it has suffered a setback, and the growth rate has declined to a great extent over the span of 2 years, with recent studies showing an overall stunted growth rate. Even though online marketing of these outlets and selling the food through delivery apps have aided the entrepreneurs, the cost to revenue ratio is not at par with that of the time before the pandemic hit. Overall, the pandemic has impacted the eateries in more way than initially imagined. So with this, we have done the literature review where the gaps in the model of food commerce pre-pandemic and post-pandemic scenario, analyzing the trends in restaurant before the pandemic and the food commerce after the pandemic. We have seen a theoretical approach where we have evaluated food restaurants, risk and disruption management, effects of pandemic on food supply chain, effect of pandemic on consumer behavior, effects of pandemic on global food trade, and strategies for food supply chain. Now, the objectives for the research is to reveal the various problems and scenarios of managing food business during the COVID-19 pandemic in South Kolkata region, to compare the present scenario of the food industry with how things were before, prior to the pandemic, to understand the nature of change during this time frame, and to describe the challenges and methods implemented by the food retail business entrepreneurs and managers of the randomly selected establishments to hold a steady business flow during the COVID-19 pandemic. The study followed a descriptive research. Therefore, the research will describe the characteristics of sample under study. The food outlets of South Kolkata have been chosen as the study location, and 100 respondents were selected. The respondents are those who consume food from these outlets so that they present the wide target market of the food street. Both primary and secondary data were used. Primary data was collected through sample survey. Random sampling technique was used to choose the respondents. The study used quantitative data, therefore quantitative analysis was performed. Now, a little bit brief on the demographic of the respondents. We have collected 100 data from 100 respondents, and out of which the age group was 21 from 13 years to 55 years, where 21 to 28 years, that demographic age group, there were 48%. Okay, and have you visited any food retail? And specifically, it happened only in South Kolkata region. We have collected the data from that area. Have you visited any food retail outlet for the purpose of conducting business in South Kolkata region during COVID-19? Where 67% has said no and 33% of respondents has said yes. We have asked them what do they prefer more. So 34% has said that dining out, 48% said that they prefer home delivery, and 18% were on the point of takeaways. When dining out, what do you prefer? So out of 100 respondents, we have seen the maximum response of takeaways and street vendors were 48-48, where sit and dine was 70% and quick service restaurants were 31%. Which factors drive your palate when choosing food retailers? We have seen that out of 100 respondents, combo offers and happy hours have attracted the most, that is 60%. Then we had pocket friendliness, which is 58%, nutritious and healthy, 55%, and exotic dishes, 30%. quality of service by the home delivery app during lockdown, where 50% were very satisfied with the service, 28% were neutral, 17% were very satisfied, and few were unsatisfied. Did you shift towards home cooking during lockdown? Okay, over the next 6 months, how likely are you avail the dining out service, where we have seen 47% has said likely, and 36% has said less likely, and 8% very likely, and 9% not likely. Next question is, did you shift towards home cooking during lockdown, where we have seen a huge response is 50% yes, 43% occasionally, and 7% no. Now, the results and discussions which has been brought forward from this research is, this research was able to depict the comparison between the present scenario and the situation during the pandemic. The study was able to reveal the challenges and problems that the food outlets had to suffer. Also, the method of strategies taken up by the entrepreneurs of these outlets to overcome the pandemic were discovered. 46% of the respondents opted for mobile food delivery as their strategy to revive from losses. The conclusion was, with COVID-19 having altered and still in the process of altering the definition of normal across the world, most industries are still scrambling to adjust. The effect of the restaurant industry has been particularly very dramatic, with restaurant and pubs closed for sit-down service. Many establishments are struggling to keep their heads above water, and the food outlets located in South Kolkata share the same fate, and the research is able to highlight this effectively. The recommendations that we have come across and we have concluded is, digital marketing need to be adopted, cost curtailed by streamlining operations, collaboration with food delivery app, and food retailers take the help of cloud kitchen. So with this, I am through with the presentation. Thank you so much. If there are question and answers, we are open for it.
The house is open for questions. If there are any questions, we'll take 2 questions.
Hello.
Give that mic here to Dr. Srikant. Do वहाँ पे.
Thank you. Nice presentation. I had a couple of quick questions.
Sir, I cannot hear you, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Just
Hello?
a minute.
Can you hear me now?
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. A bit loud, sir.
Okay, I'll try to be as loud as possible. 2 quick questions I have. First is, although I'm a big fan of South Calcutta, I just wanted to Kolkata. Why did you choose South Kolkata? First question.
Sir, because we have seen that the most of the eateries in the last decade have upshots. I mean, they have all flourished. So compared to, if you geographically divide Kolkata, we have seen through review of literature that Kolkata South has got the maximum number of eateries, sir. So that is why we have pinned South Kolkata.
Okay, so that was something which needed to be substantiated. When you're choosing a particular place, it's important to describe the characteristics, which I'm a big fan of South Kolkata. I worked there, and so I know what you mean by the importance and the variety of restaurants there. My second question had to do with, did you find the change pre-COVID to during
Sir, I
COVID?
cannot hear you, sir. Once more. Do you found a?
Did you find the change from pre-COVID to during COVID? I mean, I was trying to understand what point in your analysis actually showed pre-COVID to COVID.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay, I'm going to ask once again, and quickly is I wanted to know.
It is not audible. Hello. Sir, 1 second.
Sure, no worries.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Mama, reframe the question what
Yes,
Srikant sir is
yes,
asking.
yes.
He was
Yes,
asking that did you reanalyze the pre-COVID times and the COVID scenarios in this entire situation? I guess, sir, the question was this.
the pre-COVID and the post-COVID scenarios. Post-COVID, we have not done anything as such.
During COVID.
During
During
During-
COVID. It's pre-COVID and during COVID times. What have you analyzed in that?
At During which COVID point- times.
Which point shows that?
At which point did you analyze the change pre-COVID and during COVID? At which point?
They have not done such analysis. That's what she told also.
Yes, sir. I think we should have analyzed that part. Yes, sir. Thank you.
But in her PPT it shows that she did.
But in your PPT you have mentioned it. Sudipta. In your PPT you have talked about this COVID. Good.
I think there is a technical thing. I cannot hear anything. Hello?
Now are you listening to my voice?
Yes, yes. But very faint it is coming.
मेरी आवाज यार बिना माइक के कलकत्ता पहुंच जाएगी, तुमको अभी पहुंच नहीं. Come to objective.
Just a minute.
Come to objective. Yes.
Some, ma'am, can you please come to the objective?
Ah, she is coming. Here in your first title, to reveal the various problems and scenarios of managing food business during the COVID-19 pandemic in South Calcutta region, you are saying that, but you said you didn't research for that.
The second objective, ma'am.
The second objective is also there to compare the present scenario and before the pandemic scenario.
To compare the present scenario of the food industry with how before, prior to pandemic, yes, sir, we have seen that digital marketing has evolved over time actually. So that is what we have seen, sir.
But you said
how
that you
business
have not considered the COVID period. That's what you said. You answered.
Hello?
Ma'am, am I audible to you?
Yes, yes, yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
great. Ma'am, the question is that at what time, pre-COVID or during COVID, did you, mention the change?
Pre-COVID and post-COVID, and I mean during the COVID, right?
This is the question. At what time, pre-COVID or during the COVID, did you, do this?
We have seen that. We have seen that during the COVID times. I mean, in the research, the digital marketing has taken a long way in. So that is what we have analyzed. Along with
Sudipta,
cloud
can you hear me? Sudipta, can you hear me? Nishit this side. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me? Okay, my only question, pre-COVID and post-COVID, how many outlets stopped operating? How many outlets closed in South Kolkata?
How many, sir? How many outlets?
Closed their business in South Kolkata? Or how many
Closed their
new?
businesses?
Yes. How many new food eateries started or how many closed? That is the only thing.
Okay. So that, sir, we have taken the feedback, and I think, let's say, so 70% of the outlets, they have switched to digital mode, sir.
Okay. They switched to digital mode. And my question is, have they closed down a few or not?
Hello?
कोई बंद भी हुआ या नहीं?
Sir, I cannot hear you, sir. Hello?
अच्छा ठीक है. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I guess there was a technical glitch there. Sir was
Yes,
actually asking you that how many.
Better leave it because this is post-pandemic effect, this online. During COVID effect है अभी, तो यही छोड़ते हैं इसको. Okay. So thank you, Sudipta, for a nice presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We can go move to the next one.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presentation. We will move further.
And now, finally, we have Mr. Biswajit Das, Assistant Professor, Department of HHA, JIS University, Kolkata, presenting his paper on Does segmenting the local tourist food market benefit in marketing?
Sir, can you please turn on your camera and turn on your mic as well?
Yeah, it's turned on. Can you see Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're completely audible.
Yes.
So we can
Can I
begin
share
with the
my
pres.
PPT?
No, sir, it's not visible right now.
You are sitting in a dark room or what?
Now, is it okay?
Yes, sir. So we are not able to see your presentation as of now.
Yeah, I'm sharing. I'm sharing that. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, it's completely visible and you can begin your research.
Right. See, good afternoon, all the dignitaries over here. Good afternoon, my friends. My name is Kishore Vikas. I'm the HOD of JS University. Today's my topic presentation is the segmentation, the local tourist food market, benefit in marketing. I have my co-authors, Mr. Videshwar Pradhan, research scholar and academic counselor of IGNOU, Dr. Mohan Roy, assistant professor of Israel University, Dr. Amitabh Bhode, principal IHM Guwahati. Presentations outlines have covered abstract, introduction, research gap, objective, literature review, hypotheses, methodology, result, discussions, conclusions, and references. In my abstract, I can see the local tourist book has tremendous potential. So you can accelerate the revenue through the local food. We can offer new styles of local food to the tourists. That is the main point of attraction. But there is a problem as the market for local food is not segmented properly. No, you can see that anywhere else, you can go to the eastern zone, western, southern, northern one. The market for local is not segmented. Even the tourists or the kids, they don't have a proper idea about the local food. As a result, tourism marketers and planners are confused about how to understand and modify local food markets.
Sorry to interrupt. The jury member.
Next is.
Sorry, sir.
Yes.
So the jury members want you to come to directly to the objectives.
Yeah, I'm coming to directly one. The objective, the study's goal is to segment local foods market in context of tourism. Now, in case of methodology, a quantitative research approach with 100 sample units and a questionnaire as the primary data tools for the study we have used. Factor analysis and cluster analysis is used as a method for segmenting the food market into different groups as per their travel behavior related motivation. Chi-square is used between groups for perceived authenticity, satisfactions, and revisit intentions of tourists in the Kolkata region in West Bengal. Next is a result. Two identical homogeneous clusters are identified and labeled as food market lovers and apathetic market. Both one is food market lovers and another one is apathetic market. Next, we can go for local food is essentially a history, heritage image from an earlier time at the destination through which residents vocalize its image, which spreads to others. So it is cited by Malmona and others. Now, the main point is research gap. You can see there is none attempt to segment the local tourist food market, right? So definitely, that is why those who buy local tourist meals for their travels, in case of LTFMS, local food tourist market segmentation, which one is most essential is assist marketers to understand customers' requirement and desire. Accordingly, they can offer the service, offer the food to the customers. That is a research gap that we have found. Now, the objective and the study significance. The study's goal is to segment local food market in context of tourism. And the study significance is that it helps local food service provider are to understand their consumers' need and desire. And definitely that things will help them to design local food product to meet those need and expectations. You can see that literature review cited by some authors. Those are the literature review. Now, on that particular literature review, based on that literature review, the hypotheses, which are number one, a significant cluster of gastro tourists existed in terms of demographics. Number two, significant clusters of gastro tourist behavior exist. Number three, there are considerable variances in the satisfaction-based cluster. Number four, there are some considerable cluster differences depend on revisit intention. Number five, cluster differ significantly according on deserved genuineness. Now the methodology, which one is very important methodology, in case of study area, you can see Kolkata region and that too specifically Chandan Nagar, Hooghly to Diamond Harbour and 24 Parganas and basically South 24 Parganas. That one is my study area. The population, consumers of local food, local food producers and other respondents of the local food, my populations and target populations, visitors of the places in order to consume local food. I mean, they are the tourist research approach. I'll go for a quantitative research approach. The tools I have used over here is a Likert scale, right? That tools we have used. The questionnaire was designed to elicit responses on respondent attitude towards perceived authenticity, satisfaction, and intent to return. Next one is tools for data analysis, SPSS. I've used it SPSS to 6.0 version, and frequency, distributions, and percentage are descriptive statistical tools and factors analysis, cluster analysis, chi-square test were used for inferential statistical purposes. Now you can see travel behavior, the factors, and that things are given. The fact number one, communication with local vendor and producers, including my knowledge of local producer. C, I enjoy talking about food with local producer, and then I can afford to buy whatever. That is, you can see those are the travel behavior. Another factor two, sensory attraction is also concerned with travel behavior, which includes market, food market, then market food taste excellency, etc., etc. Now travel behavior also in factor. There are also some factor three, local food experience. You can see that one also, and health concern also.
We're left with 1 minute.
Yes, ma'am.
You have only more minute to complete your presentation.
Yes. I'm coming. That is the behavioral part, travel behavior and conclusion. There are two clusters, cluster one and cluster two. Cluster one is more orthodox and elderly, peoples, where cluster two is more flexible as they are very young. Cluster one focus health, whereas cluster two focus on taste. There are two homogeneous clusters, food market lovers and apathetic market, which I've already mentioned. And the limitation, this study was found only in Kolkata region, the eastern region of India. To understanding the travel behavior of the tourists in different regions may be studied. This is a limitation of the study. Study on the other parts may be needed for consolidated decisions for implementation. And there's some recommendation also. There's right. Thank you, sir. It's all about my presentation.
The house is open for questions. Are there any questions?
Sorry, I'm asking too many questions today, but okay. Thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to point out to you that what you're studying is a phenomenon called locavorism. So what you are studying is a phenomenon called locavorism. Locavorism was a paper the first paper was published in the Journal of Consumer Research in 2018. So I can send you that reference. and they studied a lot of what you are studying. I mean, if that, I think it was a single author paper by Reich. I can give you the name later point, but I think you need to frame your entire paper based on what has been done before. And that is the subject of locavorism. There is even an article in the New York Times called Locavorism and how locavorism is evolving as a phenomenon. So your study is very interesting. You're looking at South Parganas district, you're looking at Diamond Harbor. One more thing I would like to suggest is explain why you chose those areas. You know, if one of the things that we need to do always when we choose a location is to say, what are the characteristics of that region, which is the reason why you chose it. And then you can actually compare it with other areas. That's all I have. Those are my 2 comments. Okay, thank you. Thank you for a good presentation. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, sir. But you're not audible to me, sir. Sometimes it's cracking, sometimes I can't hear you properly.
श्रीकांत सर आप बहुत मेहनत कर रहे हो, कोई फायदा नहीं.
Sir, pardon, sir?
Sir, there might be some technical glitches. Sorry for that.
I will send him the feedback in a written note. Please let him know that. Thank you.
It was an interesting input, Mr. Das, from Dr. Srikanth, but I think due to technical glitch, you couldn't understand.
I can hear you, sir. Sir, I can hear you now.
You can hear me now, but that time you were not able to hear what Srikanth sir has to say. Sir, you can try once more. Okay, he is coming back again.
Mike, okay, can you hear me now, sir? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Sir.
What you studied is a phenomenon called locavorism. And locavorism was first established as a phenomenon in a paper in 2018 in the Journal of Consumer Research. So what I am suggesting to you is to frame your paper based on the literature that has already been derived and developed to explain why you've done it. And also, your study is very interesting. I like this topic very much, and I really appreciate the choice of your topic. The second thing is to explain why you chose South 24 Parganas district or Diamond Harbor, etc., for us to understand what are the characteristics of that place, because that is very important in locavorism, to explain the characteristics of that place. I hope my feedback is valuable.
Thank you for your question, sir. So number 1 is that the selections of the location. I have chosen Diamond Harbor. I have chosen Chandanagar because in case of Diamond Harbor, tourists will come. They will get a taste of local flavor. It can be in terms of fish, in terms of any other fish also. In terms of Chandanagar, there is a Portuguese and French cuisine. There is a connection of Portuguese and French cuisine. So over there, we can explore the local food, Bengali local food, as well as Portuguese local food, as well as French local food. So the area would be the huge one. That's why I select Chandanagar, then those areas, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Srikanth sir, one of the author is sitting here. You can catch hold of him during the lunch. Last time. Okay. I have leaked the paper now. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for your research.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now, I would like to invite our honorable jury members to share their thoughts with us regarding the hospitality revival strategies. I would request Professor Dr. Ashish Daya to come here and share his thoughts with us.
Thank you. I think it has been a very interesting session, and in all there were 7 presentations. Each one of them were interesting and unique, though in some of them there were some flaws, like there is scope for improvement in research methodology, and looking forward that how does it adds value to this domain. Yet there have been some very interesting presentations also, which were indeed insightful and gave new thoughts and ideas as well. So I congratulate all of you to be here in this interesting session and compliment Kamal Khan Pansab for organizing this wonderful international conference. And I think with this, we have met the purpose of this technical session. And thanks all of you.
I would request Dr. Bharat Josiam sir to please felicitate our honorable jury member, Dr. Ashish Dhaya. Thank you so much, sir. I would request Dr. Bhupesh Kumar sir to share his thoughts with us.
Regarding the whole session, yes, it was a little long session. As a jury, I'll apologize with the audience that we made you sit so long. But a few of the papers were very much interesting, and when we talk about a paper which was on food delivery apps, on consumer intentions to use during COVID-19 pandemic in India, it basically it was very engaging paper. And then the review on GIS system, something new came out. And rest researchers, I like to appreciate them, because yes, coming to the platforms like this, sharing your thoughts gives you learning, add values to your knowledge, and obviously knowledge sharing is for all. And yes, the initiative of international conference or national conferences like this way helps us to revive the academics with changing times, like what we were there pre-COVID, then the last 2 years of COVID, now the post-COVID, the dynamics have changed. So this revival strategies, and especially this session was more focused on marketing, revenue, finances, and these are the things which runs the market, which runs an economy. So I hope we all will carry few positives out of this, and the presenters would have learned a lot, and their next research would be far better than what it was there. So all the best to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts. I would request Mr. Pulak Mandal to please present a memento to Dr. Bhupesh Kumar. Thank you so much, Mr. Mandal. I would now request Mr. Nishit Srivastav to please share his thoughts with us.
Hello. Is it operational? Yeah. Okay, fine. First, I would like to congratulate the principal of IHM Pusa and the team of IHM Pusa to organize such a constructive workshop and very well selected papers. What I felt the topic was more on revenue, so everybody is talking about post and pre-COVID scenarios. But during this presentation, one thing I missed, because I am from hospitality industry and I always look for the guest satisfaction. This aspect was missing in all the papers. And obviously the business models people talk, they talk so much about online models or takeaway models like other papers. But ultimately what is only Sir's paper was addressing the issue of risk factor, which was very, very important. But overall, the presentation of all the participants are very good, and I learned about GIS, so certainly I'm going to use it in future. Thanks a lot. Thank you all the team.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts. I would request Mr. Kamalkant Pant to come on the stage and felicitate Mr. Nishish Srivastava.
Now, before concluding the session, we have a small felicitation ceremony for the presenters. First, I would like to request Professor Dr. Ashish Dhaya to present the certificate to Ms. Suvarchala Manas.
I would now Thank you so much, ma'am. I would now request Dr. Bhupesh Kumar to present a certificate to Dr. Kirti Datta and Dr. Bharat Josiam for their presentation. Dr. Kirti Datta and Dr. Bharat Josiam. Thank you so much, ma'am and sir.
Now, I request Mr. Nishit Srivastav to present the certificate to Mr. Junaid Casey.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now request Dr. Bhupesh Kumar to present a memento to Mr. Soumyajit Bandyopadhyay. Yes, yes, sir, for sure. We would like to call upon the stage Dr. Kirti Datta for the review paper. Thank you so much to all the jury members. The certificates to all our online presenters will be mailed to them.
With this, we come.
I would now request and take the opportunity to honor the advisory committee of the second international conference. And I would like to invite Mr. Kamalkant Pant to present the mementos. I would request Professor Dr. S.K. Gupta, Dean from CMTHS, HNB University, to come up on the stage and receive the memento. Thank you so much, sir. I would request Professor Dr. Shrikant Belladonna, sir, to please come up on the stage and present the memento to Professor Dr. Ashish Dhaya, Director, MDU Rohtak. Thank you so much, sir. I would request Professor Dr. Bharat Joseph to please come up on the stage and present a memento. Sir will be presenting the memento to Shri Priyadarshan Lakhawat, Principal, IHM, Jaipur. Thank you so much, sir.
With this, we come to the end of the third technical session of our event. Thank you for your time, jury members.
I would now request all the jury members to please join us for the lunch in the conference hall and all the students to join for the lunch in the dining hall. We would try to resume the sessions by 2 p.m. or it might get postponed. Thank you so much.
There is one more announcement. There is one more announcement. After today's technical session and guest lecture, we want all our delegates and presenters to assemble at the reception area because 4 o'clock we have to move out for excursion to War Memorial. So after technical session, quick lunch, technical session, guest speaker, and then moving out for excursion. Thank you so much, everyone.
Check, check. Check.
Hello, check.
Good afternoon, all. We will now resume to the fifth session. Knowledge is useless without consistent application. This quote by Julian Holt aptly covers the fifth topic of the technical session, education and applied sciences. With this, I would now request my honorable jury members presiding over this session. We have Dr. Rajendra Prasad, Director, ISARI, Dr. Sudeep Marwa, Head Computer Division, IASRI. Mr. Pulak Mandal, Principal, IHM Hajipur. Mr. P.D. Lakhawat, Principal, IHM Jaipur. Dr. S.N. Islam, Senior Scientist, IASRI, New Delhi.
And Mr. Amitabh De, Principal, IHM Guwahati. Now, I would like to request Mr. Kamal Kant Pant to please welcome Dr. Rajendra Prasad.
I would request Dr. Anand Kumar Singh to please welcome Dr. Sudeep Marwa. I would request Anand Kumar sir to please welcome Dr. Rajendra Prasad sir. I would request Mr. Nishit Srivastav sir to please welcome Dr. Sudeep Marwa. Yes. I would request Mr. Nishit Srivastav sir to also welcome Mr. Pulak Mandal sir. I would request Mr. Anupam Dondia sir to please welcome Dr. S.N. Islam.
And now, I would like to request Dr. Shweta Mishra to please welcome Mr. Amitabh De. We are honored to have you all here in the Diamond Jubilee year of our institute and welcome you to the second International Conference on Tourism Revival Strategies. So, the first presenter for the technical session is...
To start off the session, we have Ms. Swati Sharma to join us, and she'll be presenting the paper on perceptions of teachers towards online education with specific context to hospitality education in India.
I would like to let all the presenters know that there is a time limit of 10 minutes for your presentation. At 9 minutes, there will be a buzzer for the remaining 1 minute, and there will be an additional 2 minutes given for the Q&A session.
Well, it's going to be a difficult task for me to keep you all awake after a delicious lunch served by IHM Goa. IHM Pus, I'm so sorry. A very good afternoon to the respected jury members and all of you who are sitting here. The topic of my research is about the perception of teachers toward online education with specific context to hospitality education in India. Back in 2019, when COVID-19 hit China, we all thought it was a regular flu which China always experiences. Little did we know that it is going to affect all our lives by the first quarter of 2020. COVID-19 not only affected our personal lives, but it also affected all the walks of our lives. When I talk about education, that is one area which got affected the most. Education, when we talk about education, the conventional education setup that we think of, that comes in our mind, has a setup which constitutes of three elements: a teacher, pupils, and some basic setup that a teacher requires for the presentation. When COVID-19 hit us, the three factors, the three elements that I just spoke about, they were at three different locations, which was a difficult, which was a limiting factor for all the faculty members, all the educators to combine all the three together and proceed forward with the education line. So keeping the same thing in mind, I myself is a faculty at IHM Goa, so I had some personal experiences as well. So I decided why not do a research paper on this. So review of literature, the lockdown, social distancing, and the new normal behavior forced us to challenge us to think differently, work differently, and achieve differently. Our faculty members, although the methodology changed, the goal was the same, that we have to achieve something. Education should not suffer. The credit must go to the teaching community who overcame all these challenges and ensured that havoc caused by COVID-19 does not impede the education. So yes, we did come a long way. We learned on our own. We learned and then we delivered. The authors, on basis of survey, conclude that students prefer face-to-face learning, and this holds true especially when it comes to learning which is more skill-oriented. While doing the review of literature, I came across a few gaps. So I came across this gap that the research which was done on the effect of COVID-19 or the effect of COVID-19 on online education were mostly from the student's perspective. I didn't come across many of the papers which told us about how a teacher perceived the online education. And then the second aspect, the second gap that I came across was the research paper which has been done on the same topic does not belong to our sector, hospitality sector. There were research papers on from various other fields, but not from the hospitality sector. So these were the two gaps which I found. Objectives, it will be objectives which I have framed here, that will be fulfilling the gaps that I have found. So to study the perception of teachers in India in hospitality education towards online education, to analyze the effectiveness of online in hospitality education from a trainer's perspective, to identify the major challenges in an online hospitality education, to list the benefits of online hospitality education. So as we go further, I'll be talking about the methodology that I have used. I have considered both the pros and cons of online education, and I have also included how a teacher or how a bunch of teachers perceived the online education when it came to hospitality education. So the research methodology that I have used, it has been divided into two major sectors. So I have collected primary data using a set of questionnaire that I had prepared. The set of questionnaire that I prepared was further categorized into three areas. The first area included the demographics of the people who were filling up my survey form. The second area was about the perception of teachers toward different aspects of the online education sector. The third part of my questionnaire included the challenges and the benefits they faced, the benefits which they felt, about the online education in hospitality industry. I had sent around 100 questionnaire to different IHMs, central and state IHMs included. I collected around 50 responses, and after analyzing responses, these were the results which I came across. So survey revealed that initially the teachers were not prepared for this medium, and they subsequently learned the process and implemented it. Like I said, we were none of us were prepared for COVID-19, and then it happened. And then we learned and we continued with our lives. So yes, significant finding is that teachers perceive blended learning to be a norm in future. One of my questions included if they wanted a blended learning. So majority of them answered that when it comes to theoretical aspect of the hospitality education, it will be better if we continue with online. And when it comes to practical part of the education of hospitality, it is better if it is done face-to-face. So the third result was it was perceived that while it's very difficult to impart skill training in an online mode for theoretical classes, this could be a preferred mode, as I just said. One significant concern is with regard to administering the assessments in this mode. This was one major issue. You cannot, the assessment that was done through the online mode was to a very extent not fair. I'm sure the faculty members as well as the students will agree to me on this point. Teachers also agree in majority to the fact that maintaining attention and discipline of the students was a difficult task. Stability of internet and digital devices in country are challenges. Yes, so technical glitches that we always suffered during online classes. Recommendations, considering the fact that assessment is a major challenge, I personally would like to recommend that we should move towards an open book examination rather than sticking to the same conventional method of examination that we are doing right now. With regard to the limited attention span of time, I suggest that we should create contents which are more, catchy, which can catch the attention of the students for a longer period of time. And it is also opined that institutes should focus on training faculty members. We were not ready for this online thing, so yes, we have not seen our future. So if if the faculty members can be trained properly, so that in future, if such thing happens, we are more ready for the same. So yes, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Now the house is open for questions. We'll take 2 questions from the audience. Are there any questions? So we'll
first of all, I'm not asking any question. Question is for the audience, but I would like that all the audience should pay attention to the presenter, so that their minds may not be diverted. So please take it.
In your recommendation, there was a point that you want open book examination, right?
Yes, sir.
The examination pattern is such, then open book examination will create a different kind of training setup. So there is nowhere you mentioned about that, neither in objective, only in recommendation. So from where this suddenly this recommendation comes in?
Sir, that's because I mentioned that the assessments which were done on the online, through the online mode, were not very fair. So if we have an open book examination, as we see in the practical classes, practical examination that we conduct, that is more of an open scenario kind of a thing. We are able to assess the skill
why I ask this question? In Lausanne, it is open book examination.
Yes.
In NCHMC, it is a closed book. So when I was in FHRA, we had the open book examination system. What happens in open book examination system is your question are different and answer times are different. And here it is 3 hours, 5 questions, a fixed rota is going on. So
Right.
that's why I said in your objective, it wasn't there.
It wasn't
and suddenly there. So
Yes.
there, when you are recommending something, it has to synchronize with the objective of your
Alright.
presentation. That's the point I just want to
Yes.
say. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Anyone else? Are there any questions from the jury members?
Hello. Hi. You are Ms. Abneet Kaur.
I'm Swati.
You are Swati.
Sharma.
Okay. Swati Sharma, no? Your second and third objective. What inferences have you collected regarding? Can you just brief the house about that? Your second and third objective.
So like I said, hospitality education, when we compare hospitality education from any other field, we are not only into the theoretical subject or theoretical skill imparting, community.
And what about your third objective?
Third object,
The major challenges you could only find one that conducting
sir,
examination.
no, not only that. So, like we talk about the soft skills which we develop in the institute when we have a face-to-face communication with the students, like how to handle a situation. Like this is done on a face-to-face scenario. We do not do it in an. We never did it in an online. We had to face lots of situations which we had to handle. So that is what I meant. In an online education, when it comes to hospitality education, we are not able to impart those soft skills. So that
Okay.
was, yeah.
No, because when we try and identify major challenges for something, the researcher, this is only a suggestion from my side, a researcher needs to be, there should be some imagination. And this online challenges, and when we are shifting post-pandemic to the offline, if you go through yesterday, there was a result from Assam government. In 34 schools, not a single student has passed because they switched over to offline system of education. Examination rather.
That's because
Because
probably they have become
Have
lethargic.
you explored
and
this
they-
angle?
So-
In IHMs, the IHM is like a national council is switching over very shortly to the offline mode of examination. No more Google form or maybe some through any. What will be the effect on the physical examination of the students? Has any suggestion and recommendation have come regarding that?
Not really, sir.
So you sir, take note of this and you should explain.
Sure. Thank you.
You may have developed many questionnaires for each objective, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
So, for the analysis of effectiveness, can you pose few questions that you had formulated for that?
Sorry, sir.
Few questionnaire out of
The questions which I had framed. So like I told you, I had divided my questionnaire into 3 sections.
Right.
So the first section was about the demographic aspect of the people who were going to fill in my form. So that included whether they were senior lecturers or lecturers, not that. The second aspect was about their perception about the online education. So
Actually, the perception is altogether different, but you are analyzing the effectiveness.
Right, sir.
So,
So-
whether it is effective or not, actually, in those days we are bound to do that because there were no alternative of any offline classes.
Right.
So all of us were doing online classes and online lectures.
Sir,
For effectiveness, we have to be very relevant in formulating those questions. That's why I'm asking.
So like I mentioned in the very beginning that I had put in both the pros and cons of this online thing. So many of them, in fact, said that online was an effective mode when it came to saving time, traveling. Traveling takes a lot of time. It saved a lot of cost. People coming from rural areas, especially, so like it did save a lot of money as well as time for them because they were not traveling. So these were the few beneficial aspects of the online education as as given by the people who filled in my
right.
forms.
And there were very important points, but you try to understand that how much communicative a teacher is, how much receptive the students are, that brings the effectiveness.
Right. So
If you have not done this, you can do it in your next
so
study.
keeping the
That is
attention
right.
of the
Because
students in an
actually
online board is
we
even
we are also teachers, we also do that, but while taking online classes, it sometimes happens that their students are responding or not. In a class, when you are teaching something, you ask questions in between,
right,
and you can assess the attentiveness of a student, but that is totally lacking in online.
in an online. Right, sir. Thank you, sir.
So you do some more intensive
Right.
study that is
I
needed.
will. Thank you.
Hi Swati, this is Sharad Nautiyal.
Hi, sir.
I'm very impressed that you have picked up this topic, and your work is also very good.
Thank you, sir.
I'm just giving one perspective for the objective here. If you would have done this, you have taken the the questionnaires to the faculties.
Right, sir.
Actually, you should have given the questionnaire to the students. They are the end user.
Sir,
So if you have given it to the students, they would have given you much better feedback that how this kind of thing would have been improved, because they are the end user. They can give you, but teachers, they will give you only the problems. This is what has happened, but students will give you the right thing, how this could have been improved. So probably this is what my understanding.
Sir, I mentioned in my research
No, I'm
gap that it was done from the student's perspective, majority of the researches.
All right.
So this was from the teacher's perspective.
That's
Like
what-
you're saying that teachers might have given you more of problems.
That
So it
nahi-
was not only more of problems, it was a mix of problems as well as the...
I am saying if you are going to analyze the effectiveness, only the end user for whom the whole thing is being conducted, they will give you the feedback. The consumer will give you the better
Right.
feedback than the producer.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just one comment. I would like to see more of number of graphs, charts to present the results rather than textual method.
So they take from my side, so I apologize for that.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you, IHM Pusa.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next we have with us Miss Avneet Kaur, former Product Development Executive, R&D Department of Mrida Greens, to present the paper on a study of consumer behavior towards products promoting health and sustainability.
Good afternoon, everyone, respected jury members and the lovely audience. So I am here to present our research study, which we did in an organization in the R&D department. So basically, our organization deals with the products of health and food products promoting health and wellness. So we wanted to understand the consumer perception, how they perceive what a healthy product is, what a sustainable product is in the market. Do they really understand the labels? What is their perception? So I am here to present the study on behalf of my co-author, Ms. Iksha Chhabra, and myself, Avneet Kaur. Could you please change the slide? So what was the basis of our study? So basically, there are a lot of studies which are quoting, that the consumers, they do there is a change in trends of consumption as well as in the buying behavior of the consumers. So there is a, there is a change or there is a shift in the consumer patterns, in the consumer buying decisions, what they perceive healthier alternatives. No problem, no problem. Yeah.
you please change the slide? So sorry for the inconvenience. So the buying behavior and consumer food trend, it has been seen that, it is changing, especially after the pandemic, right? People are looking out for more healthy alternatives, even in their staple diets. So this was our basis for study, because obviously we wanted to launch a portfolio of products which included health and wellness promoting food products. So basically consumers demanding more of low carbs product, gluten free. Some people are also going through vegan products, etc. And because of that, the regulations have been changed. The regulatory framework is continuously in development for that. For example, in hospitality sector also, there are norms that labeling are coming into force, right? So this was and our target audience was millennials, because the major workforce present are the millennials, and obviously they might be the decision making people in the family. They have the influence consumer diets. So we took a lot of research paper into account while designing our research. So basically, yes, it was also seen in the various papers that there is change in demand and consumption patterns, and it has been attributed to positive health influence of diverse grains. Now grains, they form a major part of Indian household, right? We eat wheat or rice. So first thing, when people are moving towards a healthier lifestyle, they will try to see healthier alternatives to grains, right? That's why the government also have promoting millets so much, the cultivation and consumption of millets. And also there has been a major shift in dietary patterns, even in the consumption of basic staples, towards a more diversified diets. Also, it was seen that leave behind the nutritional aspect, the consumers, some of the new day consumers, they are going above the fact of nutritional attributes. They are also looking towards the environmental attributes of a food product, whether your food product is environmentally friendly, whether it is sustainable. And so these all parameters are also to some extent making an influence on consumer buying patterns. So therefore our objectives were to find the determinants that influence food buying behavior, and also our attempt was to understand what a consumer perceives. I mean, what he or she perceives, that this product is healthy or not, or this product is environmentally friendly or not. So this was our methodology. Our research design was a quantitative research method, and our aim was to find the consumers' preferences and understanding their habits and what influences them while of grocery shopping or even regular consumption. So our locale was social media platform, again because our target audience was millennials, right? And it has been seen that millennials, they spend most of their time through online platforms. So we chose Facebook, WhatsApp, LinkedIn, and also through emails. And we had this survey. So we had this survey and floated on the social media platforms for a period of 1 month in August 2020, which was during the pandemic, because a pandemic also made a very critical impact on the consumers, because a lot of articles were getting floated at that time. What you should eat and what you should not eat. You see what you eat. So all that kind of stuff was getting really in flotation that time. So we had a questionnaire of 15 close-ended questions, and to make it more appealing, our topic was, are you concerned about the food you eat? So we got a total of 470 responses, and the data was hence analyzed. So I'll just move on to the results one by one. So first was the demographic profile, and as we desired, we achieved the age group of between 21 to 40, that is the millennials age group also. And the maximum response was through Facebook platform, and maybe that may be attributed to the fact that most of the millennials, they spend their time on online platforms like Facebook, and also we had run an ad on Facebook of the topic, are you concerned about the food you eat? Then just as I mentioned, because Indian grains make a large sector in the Indian staple diets, so we asked for the flour preferences of the consumers. So we saw that 57.2% of the consumers, they preferred multigrain flour. So we can see that yes, consumers have a tangent towards healthier alternatives in their regular diets. And we also asked if they are aware of the percentage of whole wheat in the multigrain flour. So it was seen that 36.6% of the consumers, they said that more than 50% of whole wheat is present in the multigrain flour, while only 11.7 people. So when we are talking about grains, what alternatives, what healthier alternatives do we have in the market? Right now, just as I mentioned that millets are in great demand these days because one, they are nutritionally very rich in protein and other factors, plus they are sustainable crops also. The water footprint is much lower than your wheat and rice. So that is an important factor. So when we ask to identify millets, we can see a lot of consumers identify even quinoa, amaranth and rice also as millets. So we can see that there is a very less awareness amongst the consumers. And one such reason can be that, amaranth and quinoa is propagated as superfoods, right? So some of the consumers do feel that they are also millets. So people do not have a good knowledge which is millet and which is not. And also they should know the know-how of how to cook millets and how to incorporate the millets in their daily diets. Now these are some of the factors that influence the choices. We can see the market trends influence. The family also plays a major role because India has a home eating pattern. Then also product labeling seems to play a critical role because, for example, without additives, without maida, etc. So consumer would look into these claims. Some of the consumers won't read the labels, right? Can I get some extra time? Because there was technical error, yeah. So basically, a consumer, a layman will see for such labels. It is without additives, without preservatives, and won't go through whole labels. So a company has to look into it. So next, when we are talking about labels, what particular information the consumers are looking into the labels? So 34.5% consumers are taking product quality claims as an important factor. Also, they want to know where their ingredients are sourced from, it is organic or natural. Then one more question beyond the nutritional aspect, we ask the consumer, if given a choice, would you prefer products which are socially responsible and environmental friendly? So we can see that 83.62% of the consumers said yes, if given a choice, they would go for a product which falls in this line. So coming straightly to the conclusions, we can see that diverse grain are in demand because they play a healthier alternative to your staple diet. So that can be explored more. Even the government is promoting the cultivation and consumption. Also, transparency and clean labels are in demand. Now, clean label and transparent label are very different things. Transparent label means the whole transparency of a supply chain is given, but in clean labels mean that minimal processing is being used. Then in label information also, consumers are looking for claims like no preservative without additives, and also if a company will state its carbon and water footprint percentages, also if they were able to communicate their production processes, how they are reducing the resources, then also it will help. And also after the pandemic specifically, the people are looking for foods which are increasing their immunity and which has better health aspects. So keeping all these attributes in mind, food enterprises or services can work on this and come up with different portfolio of products, and not just developing portfolios, but communication is very, very important. How the product communicates to the consumers, only then the consumer will opt for it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. The house is now open for questions. Are there any questions from the audience? Are there any questions from the jury members?
Very nice problem taken. But I'm wondering, in a social media survey, how do you ensure that your respondents are only the millennials?
So because in the demographic results also, our maximum respondents were in the age of 21 to 40.
Therefore, your results are based only on millennial respondents or total respondents?
The total respondent, but the major sex is the millennial.
Therefore, basically, if I quote only one of your slides, where you have shown the difference between multigrain and single grain flour, we never know that what percentage is of the non-millennials and what percentage of the millennials. Therefore, age could have contributed a lot. And then, whether the difference is statistically significant or not. In your research methodology, you have said that statistical analysis was done. But really, statistical analysis, significance testing has not been done. That should have been done to know exactly what is happening.
Sir, I'll take this into account.
Are there any further questions from the jury? There's one question from the audience.
Just a suggestion for you, going back to the previous comment, when you have a sample and any part of that subsample is really very small, what you should do is completely remove it and just think that you're talking about. You can't. That's what I would say. The other suggestion for you going forward is there is a lot of publicity through Government of India. About 2 years from now, and see whether that kind of Government of India publicity has had any impact one way or the other. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presentation. Next, we would request Mr. Yasuvendra Singh, Assistant Professor IHM, Greater Noida, to present the paper on Evoke and AMP encircle dolphin around the underwater hotels through acoustic communication model.
Namaskar and good afternoon to the jury members and everyone sitting in the audience. So my name is Yasuvendra Singh and I am here to present our abstract. Actually, it's an abstract of our model, which is evoke and encircle dolphins around the underwater hotels through acoustic communication. Okay, so it's a new concept, like underwater hotels. So people around the world, actually they love underwater hotels. We do not have the hotels in India as of now, but there are underwater hotels in the around the world. So it is also an emerging new avenue in the hospitality and the tourism industry, and you can also see the people around the world who are like traveling in the staying in the underwater hotels. It is also catching a lot of social media attention. But the facilities which are offered to the tourist or the guest in an underwater hotel are quite limited. So if you see like the people who are going to stay at a hotel, they might get a view of the fishes, they might not get a view of the fishes. They might get a view of the sea which is there. So they have to wait for the fishes to take a photograph to post it on the social media. And for some of the people, they are actually psychologically fearful that if we are going to an underwater hotel, they might the glass might crack. The acrylic glass which is there, they might crack, and anything which can happen to the guest. So our model, it is actually focuses on encircling the dolphins around the window of your hotel. Okay, so just imagine like you're staying at an underwater hotel. Okay, there's an underwater hotel. You are on your bed. the window is right there, and you push a button, and within 5 minutes or 10 minutes, the dolphin comes to your window. So it sounds like a fairy tale actually, but it is possible. Like through the study of the acoustic communications and guided signals, we can actually send the signals to the dolphins, and you can say that underwater the signals travel faster than in the atmosphere. So we can send the signal to dolphins, which matches their frequency, their actual frequency, and they can come to the window, and it can actually be a very pleasant view for the guests who are staying there. Okay. So, and this model actually focuses on the desire of the guest staying there. So if they want to see the dolphin at their window, they can just push the button and the dolphin will be there at the window. So the objective for this study for this abstract was to examine and study and examine the guided signals, acoustic signals, communication signals, which we are going to send to the dolphins, okay? And to find out that if the guest or the tourist, they are interested in seeing the dolphins around their hotel window, okay? And like it can be done through like the installing the sensors around the hotel, around the like we can around at a circumference we can install the sensors around the hotel, and those sensors will be will be helping us in calling the dolphins to our hotel window. Okay. So we did a small survey of on the people who love to travel. Okay, so of all the type of hotels, they chose like 20% of the people they wanted to go to an underwater hotel, and if given a chance, they would really like more than 60% of people they would prefer staying at an underwater hotel for their holidays. Okay. And like if you talk about the activities, so like watching dolphins from your window, like more than 20%, another more than 20% people, they would love to see dolphins from their window. And like if you say that if this idea is can help in reviving the tourism industry, surely they are more than 75% were more than they were in favor that yes, this idea can improve the improving the tourism in the coastal areas, like where the underwater hotels are situated. So for the next, for the technical part, I would like to invite Mr. Ankit Mishra.
Thank you, Ajwin. Underwater means oceans, sea, lake, and any water body which may have used as a habitat of the dolphin. These hotels may be fixed there.
Sir, really sorry to interrupt. Can you please hold the mic a bit closer?
Thank you. This chart shows there's the height or depth of the water and the pressure of the water, because it is predicted that more than 40 feet water we can't stay the underwater hotels. So we have to work within the 40 feet of the water. This is the model which we had preferred here. Here we have a hotel and we have two circles. One is inner circle, other is outer circle. Inner circle and outer circle both are equipped with the one transceiver and motion sensors. Transceiver have a acoustic wave transceiver which will transmit the wave relevant to the frequency. Modulation of the frequency and amplitude both are possible. So they will modulate the frequency according to the dolphin, that is 3 kilohertz to the 20 kilohertz. And after that they will generate the sound signals which will transmit through the water, and dolphin will be acted towards the transceiver. Motion of the dolphins would be measured by the motion sensors, and that would be recorded with the database. Database is directly, our servers are directly connected with the transceivers and sensors both. This is the primary area where dolphins will be kept for showing the windows. This is the another picture of the model where we have 3 layers. One is hotel layer, inner layer transmitters, and outer layer transmitter. First, if dolphin is out of the reach, then distance between both the transmitter would be maximum 10 kilometers, because during the 10 kilometer, dolphin can get the signals and maybe attract towards this transmitter. We have a buoy, some and voice have sensors that is detecting the location of these dolphins and carrying out towards these premises. Recommendations: this model may have a model may generate a good communication between the dolphins and the transmitter. In this way, guests may have a good survey, good visualization of the dolphins. Another, we have a good aquatic experience. Third is there is a no physical touch with the dolphins. There is no interaction between human and dolphins directly. Only acoustic signals are carrying out in the premises of the hotel, under the premises of the hotel. And third one is that is the fantastic way by visualization and customization by the guest. These are the few references. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. The house is now open for questions. Are there any questions from the audience?
Such a innovative, thing which can attract. But I was just curious to understand whether means when we are talking of these transmission signals, would that attract only dolphins, or there would be other sea animals which can get
Because
also attracted
dolphins
too?
have a good listening capacity and can get the better human interactions. So signals are modified in form of the sound, and sound is closer to the human speech. So they can
Right.
attract the whistle, because three types of the whistles they have. One is whistle, another is clicks, and third is brushed. So we will send the whistles towards the dolphins.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So what you're presenting here is basically a scientific way to attract dolphins towards the underwater
hotels,
hotel.
yes.
All right. So that's so basically it's an engineering related contribution. Has
Maybe.
this been done? You know, if my understanding is right, it has been done before in other places, or it's being tested in other places.
In India, this model was not tested anywhere, sir. That is
Uh-huh.
under the proposed. And on the simulators, we are trying to simulate it.
Okay.
Very soon we will get the results.
And my last question is, I do not know, but my understanding is dolphins are pretty smart. So after some time, they'll realize that you're just calling them to just come. Is that possible? I don't know.
Some feeding equipment would be there to get their attraction towards the hotel, sir. Because inner circle may have another equipment which can attract towards the premises.
Okay. Thank you. My question.
Thank you so much, sir, for the question. Are there any questions from the jury members?
Something. Conclusion is the model. I'm testing it.
There are no results as of now.
As of we are getting the results. Abstract only.
That's what I want to understand your contribution.
Yes, sir.
Right.
By like the people who are
Have you developed these acoustic models, transmitters? Huh? But
NS2 simulator.
where is the dolphin?
No,
These
dolphin
are
is taking
only,
the object
only
for the-
imaginary.
No, imaginary is the imaginary. We
that's
are
what I
taking the
want to
objects for
understand.
for as a dolphin, and signal is matching and modulation was done.
That's okay, but this needs to be tested.
Physically, that should be tested, sir.
Right.
Truly,
So
physically that should be
unless
tested.
until this is a phenomena which is tested, known how much it attracts, it doesn't attract. Okay. So I do understand electronics. I'm an
After
electronics guy.
considering the
So-
features of the dolphin, we can say it may have the attractions.
And that's what I want to understand, because this looks more of a conceptual
Conceptual, yeah.
as of
Conceptual
now,
model.
not tested and actually implement it is a later stage, but a glimpse of test at least should have been more motivating.
Basically, testing should be there.
Drawing line from what Dr. Marwa said, sorry. I was also trying to understand from where did you collect this data from the people that yes, 52% or whatever you have shown. Have you visited outside India?
No, sir.
To collect this data? How did you collect it? Over
Questionnaire. Through the
How
questionnaire.
did you send the questionnaire to those people? Because you mentioned that there are no such hotel in India. So
Yes, exactly.
Where have you collected the data? How did you come to know about the customers that they exist?
No, data was collected from the tourists. That was a tourist choice. But implementation of the model would be on simulator.
Tourists were arranged beforehand.
Yes.
You knew them.
No, I don't know them. We had spread out this questionnaire among the people, those who desired to visit the underwater hotels.
Secondly, you designed a questionnaire where I saw that there are very close-ended questions and there is always a chance of probability. So
Adjectives.
all the answers would have come no. What would have done? I don't want to see the dolphin from the window.
There were answers actually, sir. There were certain answers from the people who would not like to see dolphins, but there are people who are yes. So this model is for the people who said yes.
You are not getting my point. The framing of question is very, very important.
Yes, sir.
If everybody would have said no, I'm not interested at all.
So, sir, we might have moved to the whales. Yes, exactly, sir. So this is about the revival, actually. So the people are interested.
Few
So
observations.
and no, sir. Actually, they have done the research on the dolphins. Actually, we are the first one who have came up with this model.
Who is
So
the inventor of the model and
yes,
where it has been tested before?
model, sir. As of now, it has been proposed, and no one ever has like thought about it that okay, it can be done. So you were the first one who thought that it can be done. We just took a scientific approach and the papers which were written by these people, and we thought that if a signal is there which can attract the dolphins, why shouldn't we apply that to the tourism industry and we can call the dolphins to the windows of the guest.
My question is, did you find any such hotel in the world existing this?
So underwater hotels are already there. There's one in Maldives, and US is also there, Singapore, China, but none of the hotel is situated in India. But there are a lot of locations in India, like in Uttar Pradesh, Chambal in Uttar Pradesh, in Bihar, West Bengal, Lakshadweep, Andaman and Nicobar, Diu. So there are a lot of places where we can see the dolphins, but none of them has ever like taken a step to build an underwater hotel. So if we want to test it, the nearest place we can test is going to be the Maldives.
And I think your research also did not mention about the cost.
So actually, this was an abstract, like a model which we are working on actually. So if we are like we were trying to study the dolphins, there are actually three types of communication which we usually do. They usually do. First is echolocation. Like there has been an extensive research on echolocation, and like over the period of 100 years, we have came up. The human beings have came up with a technology now known as sonar in submarines, used in submarines. So there was a research done on dolphins 100 years back, and they developed sonar. But none of them have done an extensive research on the whistles and the clicks of the dolphins. They use three types of communications. So like through the use of whistles and clicks, we can actually call the dolphins, and exactly we can call only the dolphins, because these three things are also used by the whales as well, but their frequency are different as compared to the dolphins. There are only two types of fishes, whales and dolphins, but both have different frequencies. So it is a focused, because dolphins are lovable everywhere.
I think, hello. Just a minute. Hello. The world scenario, particularly hospitality industry and all, it is changing very fast, right?
Yes.
So your last reference is of 2017. For last 5 years, you didn't find anything that has been done on dolphin. Your reference, the work that you have shown is of 2017.
So, actually, again, these are all the research paper of the scientific research done on the dolphins. These things are not related to the hospitality industry at all. So we.
Whatsoever. Anyway, maybe regarding dolphin, you didn't find anything for last 5 years.
No, sir, nothing.
I think this research is already been done. It has to be implemented soon in India. But is there any time frame? How soon you can think of implementing in India as well?
So actually, this model requires a lot of cost. If you let me tell you.
No, but
an example.
if it is not cost effective and financially feasible, so it may take longer time. So what is the use of this research?
Sir, let me
This is for the information. It's fine.
Yes, sir.
This is already there. But if you want to implement in India, so there has to be a time frame in it within this period, because otherwise the research will go off.
Sir, implementation of the underwater hotels is already done in many
Yes,
more
yes,
countries.
that is what I'm
but
saying.
no hotel is in India. So first we will implement this model on the particular underwater hotels. After that we can consider.
It's more like a virtual word. You are just virtual word and you are just giving us the dreams.
Possibilities of the evoking dolphins is possible.
Possibility is beam down was there. It's been tracked by Star Trek ages ago.
No, ages ago we
But
can't
it will take time.
It will take time. Implementation in India, it will take time.
I mean,
But
we are
internationally, we can't say that.
we are
whether-
here to see the revival after pandemic or whatever the period was. So your research is, of course, I mean, it will take longer time. Is it?
Wherever this type of the hotels we can implement easily, sir. But India, there is no such hotel. How we can say that it can be implemented in India? But wherever it is, we can implement this model.
So you are just giving us the information.
No, we are testing this model and can implement directly to the hotels.
That
It's
is
not
what
only
I'm
for the
saying. How
information.
much time it will take? There has to be time frame. No?
Excuse
Time
me,
frame.
sir, sorry to interrupt you, because after this there are 3 presentations. After that there is an online lecture series from Boston, so let us make it fast. Please, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir, for the presentation.
Next we have joining in virtual mode Miss Harmanpreet Bhatia, lecturer, IHM Gurdaspur, presenting the paper on an exploratory study on scope of heuristic methodology for teaching in hospitality institutes during pandemic.
Ma'am, can you please turn on the mic?
Ma'am, you are visible. If you can please share.
Am I
the time.
audible?
Yes, you are
Yes, ma'am.
audible and visible also. You may start.
Scope of heuristic methodology for learning in hospitality institutes during pandemic. This is the scenario of the COVID, when we have to teach the students online on the online mode, and that too in a heuristic way. Uh,
Ma'am,
we are not there to answer them, but They need to get to the accurate answer as much as possible. They need to find the solution of the problem as they're sitting very find the answer which we cannot give through the online mode. So during pandemic, as we all know that we all were on the online mode, and the most important and the most problematic situation was to do the food production practicals and the practicals which are related to the skills and which need a simulation training. That was the major issue for us and for the students. They were facing that how to do the things correctly. They need to dive down to the ocean of the information through different search engines and find out the correct we need to show the videos to the student, and before giving the actual lecture of the topic, before delivering the actual content of the topic, we need to give the we need to show food production, pertaining to the F&B service, pertaining to the hygiene and sanitation, and flower arrangement and making of bed and so on. Then another person, Oliver, he said that the teacher is not there to give notes and tell that you do it, that these are it is going to be then it is the right answer you are reached to. So how, when, and why, this is the teacher need to end the topic with which the student come back to the
Ma'am, I guess there is some problem in the internet from your side. Am I audible? Ma'am, are you there? Ma'am, we'll take your presentation at the end. We'll move to the next presentation.
So next in queue we have Mr. Anshu Kumar Lat, student IHM Pusa, to present his paper on to evaluate different conditioning methods for cut rows and experimental study. I would request Mr. Anshu Kumar Lat to switch on his camera and turn on the mic as well.
how to get to that answer after making the strategy.
Harman ma'am, am I audible to you?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
So sorry to disturb you, but there is some internet problem from your side. We are putting you on hold and we'll keep your presentation by the end. By the time, you can please stop sharing. Anshu Kumar, you may please share your PPT. Anshu, you may please share your PPT and switch on your video.
So can you please turn on your camera and mic?
Anshu, am I audible to you?
We'll move to the next participant. Ms. Sahaina Sen Gupta, MSc student in Hospitality Management from Durgapur will present the paper on teaching learning practices during COVID-19, a case study on hospitality students in West Bengal. Mr. Haina Singh Gupta, ma'am, can you please turn on your camera and mic?
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible and visible. Can you please present your presentation?
Yes, I'm doing it. Is the screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible. You can start your presentation.
Can I start my presentation?
Yes, ma'am. You can start your presentation now.
Ma'am, you are audible, but there is a lot of background noise. If there is a fan, if you can please switch it off or something.
Okay, sure. Just give me
If
2
possible,
minutes.
yes, please. Thank you.
Now is it okay?
Ma'am, it's okay. You can please start with your presentation.
Good afternoon to all present. Today, we will be showcasing our work on teaching learning practices during COVID-19, a case study on hospitality students in West Bengal. And on behalf of my team, I'm privileged enough to take you all through the presentation. In general, hospitality is defined as providing necessary needs, a place to live and sleep in, and a welcoming attitude within defined levels of service for which the customer has to pay. It provides both psychological and physiological comfort and security to guests. In hospitality educational college, there are variables of the teaching learning process, which are known as learners who work towards the goal, incorporate new knowledge. Additional variables include behavior and skills, adding to the range of the learning experience. These hospitality and hotel management and tourism colleges are affiliated under various bodies, namely the National Council IHM, State IHM, Foodcraft Institute, affiliation under UGC, Central University, colleges affiliated under ICTE, private universities under UGC. Everything went well until 2020. In 2020, the entire world witnessed lockdown in order to prevent the spread of the pandemic, that is COVID-19. The effect of this pandemic happened on educational institutions as well. Now, India being a vast country and all the people being vaccinated, the COVID situation was different in different states. So the government decided to bring up a new mode of education, keeping in fact both online and offline. That is called the blended learning. And this blended learning is quite popular in trend nowadays. So here I have mentioned few of the problem statements. That is, the biggest problem was that COVID-19 has been the biggest problem was that after the outbreak of COVID-19, the entire world witnessed lockdown, and this resulted in sudden closure of sudden closure of educational system as well, offline education system as well, and search for alternatives started. Once the search for alternatives started, the government came up with the idea of having online classes. But now, the second problem that came was how to use the technology software and through which application the classes would be conducted and how fast we can adapt to this online mode of education. Once this issue was also resolved, it was found that the engagement of the student in these classes was not satisfactory and up to the mark because of certain factors that happened, and also it was found that the skill-based teaching and learning was also a major concern. Coming down to my research objectives, the first objective is to present the first objective is to study the present scenario of online teaching and learning during COVID-19 in West Bengal. The second objective is to examine how this online teaching learning impacts the profile base of the students. And the third objective is to analyze the challenges faced by hospitality graduates during pandemic and suggest strategic intervention to overcome the same. Here, in the study area, we have selected three colleges from the state of West Bengal. One is government, one is private, and the third one is affiliated under AICTE. The government college is IIM Kolkata, the private college is Amity University, and the AICTE affiliated college is Anupam Knowledge Campus, Durgapur. So here is the few review of literature that I have collected for application based. As stated by Watson in the year 2001 stated that information and communication technology have revolutionized the manner in which individuals work today and is now changing the education system. It is also transforming the teaching style, learning approaches, changing access to information, and is influencing all aspects of life. And also that internet has become an essential aid for all students and teachers. In the second review of literature, it has been stated that one of the known pathways to student success is student engagement. The author Frederick Blumen, Steele and Paris understood engagement as an individual student psychological state.
1 minute left. 1 minute left. Ma'am, you can go to your conclusion slide if possible and finish it.
Yes, ma'am, sure. The entire research is based on one independent variable, that is online teaching and learning, that impacts the student community, and along with that, three questions based on three dependent questions were asked based on application and software, students engagement, and knowledge skills. And the entire research was conducted using a 5-point Likert scale, and the tests were done using the SPSS software. So this is my data analysis based on the profile respondents of the students.
Ma'am, the time
These are the questions that I... Hello?
Yes, ma'am, the time is up.
Can I get 2 more minutes?
Ma'am,
2 minutes?
I think there's some problem in your slide. We can only see the first slide. Can you please put it on the conclusion slide? No. If ma'am, we are moving on to the question and answer round. If anyone has any questions.
The house is open for questions. Are there any questions from the presenter?
Is it now visible, the conclusion slide?
Saina ma'am,
thank you so much for the presentation, ma'am. There are no further questions from you. Thank you for the presentation, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, you may stop sharing the slide.
Next, we have with us in online mode Mr. Anshu Kumar Lat, who is presenting the paper to evaluate different conditioning methods for cut rows, an experimental study.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. Respected jury members and seated intellectuals, it gives me immense pleasure as a young alumnus of this institute to present my research paper before you. The title of my research paper is Determining the Best Conditioning Method for Cut Roses. It is an experimental study, and the authors of this research paper include me, Anshu Kumar Lat, and Dr. Shweta Mishra. This research work is based on the conditioning of cut roses and primarily focus on the conditioning of cut roses flower in this particular case. Conditioning is an important step followed after the harvesting of the flowers, and it involves keeping the stems underwater until the flower is utilized. Conditioning helps the flower with rehydration, revitalization, and protects it against the microbes which are present in the environment. Proper conditioning can help prevent early decay and in increasing the flower shelf life. In a way, it can help in reducing wastage and promote sustainability. Now we will see the prior work researches that has been done related to this topic. Researchers Staden and Molinar in 1975 and Stabby and Irwin in 1978 suggested that the composition of tap water is contaminated and the microbes present in it affects the cut flowers adversely. For the solution of this problem, Halevi and Mayak in 1979 suggested the use of deionized or distilled water as a measure of control. Another research was done by Van Doon et al. In 1899, which suggested the use of a biocide to prevent and check the microbial growth. Bleach is a common biocide that we see in our household. Another biologist, Arts in 1957, Winston and Laurencourt in 1963, and Van Doon and Parrick in 1990, found that cut flowers absorb acidic water more rapidly. In their research, it was suggested to maintain the pH of water between 3.5 and 4. Later on, it was also found that the acidic nature of water prevents the bacterial growth. Following the same line, Zelter and Mayak in 1995 proved the nutritive importance of sugar for the cut flowers. Sugar or sucrose acts as a carbohydrate for the plants, and later on, it was also found that sugar helps to reduce the ethylene sensitivity of flowers such as rose. The objectives of this study were to examine the best conditioning method for cut rose and to study and observe the behavior of cut rose under different conditions based on visual parameters. The methodology followed for the research were locale, Delhi NCR. The flowers were brought from the flower mandi of Ghazipur. The research design. It was an experimental cum survey based research. Sample design. A total of 20 long stem cut roses were distributed in 4 sets, namely set A, set B, set C, and set D. Data collection. The primary data was collected through the experiment, whereas the secondary data was collected through the Google form. Demography. Relevant people, mostly students of the age 18 to 25 and other floristry enthusiasts were asked to fill up the form. Justification. This research work is justified as water mixed with sucrose, bleach and citric acid helps in conditioning of the flowers. These are some pictures that were clicked during the experiment. Picture 1 is from day 1, which shows the fresh flowers shortly brought from the market. Whereas the second picture here is from day 7, and since this experiment was conducted for several other flowers as well. We'll only focus on the rose for this particular case. And we can see that the roses have acted differently in different conditioning environments. Now we'll talk about the tools and techniques that were used for this research paper. For the experiment, a total of 20 long stem flowers were divided into 4 sets, namely set A, set B, set C, and set D. Each set was kept into different conditioner. Set A was kept into a tap water solution. Set B was kept into distilled water. In set C, we had sugar, citric acid, and bleach dissolved in distilled water. In set D, we used Oasis Flora Life Preservative mixed in distilled water. Oasis Flora Life Preservative is a ready-made preservative that is sold by Oasis Private Limited. For the survey, a Google form questionnaire was created and the questions were based on the visual parameters. The Google form contained pictures from the experiment to observe and analyze. Respondents were asked to choose from set A, set B, set C, or set D, given as options, whichever set seemed to perform the best for the given parameter. Responses from the survey and the experiment was compiled and assessed to obtain a congregate result. Now we'll see the results as set C was voted 69.04% in the Google form, whereas set A, B, and D received 13.3, 5.2, and 12.39% respectively. In the experiment conducted, set C was observed to provide the best conditioning aid, satisfying most of the parameters. After assessing and compiling the results from the experiment and survey, set C, which contained sugar, bleach, and citric acid dissolved in distilled water, was concluded to be the best conditioner for cut roses flower. This research has a huge scope and can be applied in different areas. The results from this research would help florists, homemakers, vendors, and different people associated with flower business or consumption. This result can also be included in the hotel management or related educational syllabus for the knowledge and learning of budding hoteliers and industrialists. This can also be applied in the hospitality training module of the housekeeping of floristry departments for the purpose of cost cutting. The cost involved in making the mixture is minimal and the ingredients involved are easily available in the market. This research aims at reducing wastage and would help attain sustainability in the floral industry. Sustainability is concerned with 3 R's, which are recycle, reuse, and reduce. This research successfully manages to provide solution for the last R, that is reduce.
1 minute left.
Therefore, its sustainability is justified. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the presentation. The house is open for questions.
Hello.
Yes, sir, there's a question.
Hi.
Yeah,
Hello.
Actually, roads is the biodegradable. Why
Yes,
it is
sir.
why it is needed
I'm
to the
really
recycle,
sorry to
reuse,
interrupt, Mr.
reuse?
Pradhan. There's a question
Yes.
in house. We'll just complete that question and then you can ask one.
Okay, thank you.
I have a quick question. Firstly, very organized, very well done. From that perspective, it was very clean. You finished it in time, so on. My first thing is, did you present this at a horticultural conference or something like that to have it validated? Because we don't know the scientific parameters of, and I like the last slide where you said that it can be applied in the hotel management area, but how do we know that you've got this? Have you presented this in a horticultural setting?
Sir, actually, I haven't not presented in any other conference or horticulture, but I have experienced and experimented on this on my own while I was working with flowers. So it's a seen and tested thing that I have shared.
I'm sure, yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Bireshwar Pradhan was having one question. Sir, can you please ask the question?
In the conclusion, you have said it is the recycle reuse. My question is the rose is the biodegradable. Why it is needed to the recycle and reuse for that? What is
Sir?
your answer, please?
In conclusion, I said that there are 3 R's associated with sustainability, and these are recycle, reduce, and reuse. And this research work aims at the reduce segment of sustainability, only the reduced segment of the sustainability. So,
Thank you so much, sir. Are there any further questions from the jury? There are no further questions from the jury. Thank you so much for the presentation, sir.
thank you so much.
Next, we have Ms. Harmanpreet Bhatia, lecturer, IHM Gurdaspur. Ma'am, are you there?
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're completely audible and visible as well. Can you please present your presentation?
Is the presentation visible in full view?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Is it full view, right?
Yes, ma'am, now it's in the full view.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you all. Sorry for the inconvenience occurred earlier due to the network issues. I'm back again with the explanatory study on the scope of heuristic methodology for teaching in hospitality institutes during pandemic. Heuristic means explore yourself, discover yourself. You need to find the answers yourself by the students. The facilitator or the teacher is just there to give you the problem, and the student has to find the solution of the problem on their own. They need to get to the accurate answer, near to the accurate answer, and come back to the facilitator or the teacher to get the correct answer. If the answer is correct, then it is okay that the student has used his own ideas and imaginations and the ways and means to find the answers. And if the answer is not right, then the facilitator is there to help the student to get to the correct answer. It happens with us, all of us, during pandemic, when the institutes were totally closed and the online mode was on. And during the online mode, the hospitality education was totally online, and we need to make the videos. We need to send the videos to the students, which help the students to get into the ocean of the information which we are providing to them and get the possible answer. Okay, if the teacher is showing this kind of product online on the video, what is going to be the actual product? Then he or she will explore more videos to find out the correct answer for that question. Review of literature, we have done although 11 reviews. Out of that, the major ones were by the Gradlin. He says that you need to show the videos to the student, and that to actual content delivery. Whatever the topic is, you don't need to deliver the topic first. You need to show the video first. You need to give the visual outlook of the topic to the students and then deliver the actual lecture where they could have a fair idea. Okay, this is the scenario which is there. It can be any topic in videos. It can be a table layout of a course, of a menu. It can be a flower arrangement. It can be any other topic pertaining to that, hygiene and sanitation, which you give show the video to the students, and then okay, come back with the questions to the facilitator, and the facilitator will help the students to answer that question and deliver the actual content to the student. Then by the Elver, he says that, okay, the teacher should end up the topic with how, when, and why. It is like you need to end up the topic with how it will be happen. Okay, you find out the answer, you go home, you go to the lab and find out the how we come to this conclusion and how we need to find out the answer for this problem. When it happens, how it happens, why it happens, this the student needs to find it out. And in the conclusion, the facilitator will help the student to find out the right one. As far as Mueller is concerned, he said that the students should do the brainstorming sessions. So you should have a brainstorming sessions with the students in heuristic learning, where you look out the problem, you make a blueprint of the strategy, and then you come to the actual solution. And what is the solution? You need to go in depth of the solution and find out the right one. Which is the right one out of it? Here, the facilitator has to do some of the things which we usually don't do as teachers. We need to make a student to think out of the box. They don't have to think what the written in the books. They have to think little out of the box. We should not give the answers right away during the delivery of the content. We should make students do the experiments. Okay, you do the experiment. Okay, you ask this question, you do the experiment. Is this a right question or not? Is it whatever the ideas you are coming with, is it valid or not? That they need to do themselves, and they need to collect the data. The objective of our study was to find out the acceptability of heuristic methodology of learning among the facilitators of hospitality institutes. That are the teachers accepting this kind of methodology for teaching students or not? To list out the prominent attitude required. What attitude the facilitators need to acquire and what attitude the student has to acquire for having this kind of heuristic methodology in hospitality studies. And last is, what challenges facilitators face while adopting this kind of methodology for teaching to the hospitality learners. The methodology was the descriptive cross.
Ma'am, you're left with 1 minute to present. Excuse me, ma'am, can you please come directly to the conclusion?
Ma'am, am I audible to you? Harman ma'am? Ma'am, am I audible?
Things. And we also find that the self-confidence among the students
Am I audible to you?
with this. Yes, yes.
Ma'am, your 1 minute is left. If you can please
I
finish
am
the-
done. I'm done. That's just the recommendations that we should need to be. We should not need to use this kind of methodology with every topic of the hospitality. With some topics, and it has to has the special skills and training to the teachers and to the students for adopting this kind of methodology. And the topics should be initially chosen for doing this kind of methodology with the students, and some review of syllabus to be done for having this kind of methodology to be adopted by the institutes. Thank you. I'm open for the questions.
Thank you so much, ma'am. The house is open for questions. Are there any questions for the presenter? Do the jury members have any questions? Ma'am, there are no questions for you as such. Thank you so much, ma'am, for the presentation.
Now, I would like to request Dr. Rajendra Prasad to share his thoughts with us.
Thank you very much. At the outset, let me say that being in the neighborhood for all your 60 years, we had been 92 years in this campus, you had been 60 years, therefore we had been good neighbors, but started talking only today during this conference workshop, and look forward to more and more collaborations, because we work with agriculture and you are working with hospitality industry, and both are complementary to each other. Therefore, we have to go a long way with these collaborations. And my best wishes on completion of 60 years of this great institution. I was sharing with the Honorable Principal a place or a thing when old students of, I think some of you must be sitting here, and for all their snacks, tea, coffee, they used to be at ISRI campus. I think many of you might be there. When we were students, hotel management students used to be at our campus, and now that shop has been closed, and now our students are at your campus. This session has been a very wisely thought. Basically, blended learning is the key in the new National Education Policy 2020. Also, we have to take it forward. COVID hopefully is over now, but still the new norm which has been established, acceptance of online learning. Let me share with you that first session we initiated on WebEx in 2010. We conducted training programs using WebEx with resource persons from US. Lot of training programs we conducted, but acceptance was not there. We continued slowly, but acceptance came only when there was an emergency. But now it is a new norm. We have to take the advantage of the new norm, acceptance, but of course there are some issues, particularly with the practicals, and those has to be overcome with the use of several methodologies which have been suggested by the participants in this session, as well as through the use of, I think none of the participants have talked about the use of augmented and virtual reality. That could have facilitated all aspects of our practicals as well. Therefore, while talking about online or blended learning, let us take into account the augmented reality and virtual reality as well. Those are the need of the hour. And with this, I congratulate the Institute of Hotel Management for this wonderful conference and the association with Indian Council of Agriculture Research. Only one thing, millets you had already been promoting, Eat Right you had already been promoting. My request is that now Indian Council of Agriculture Research and our state agriculture universities have brought out a lot of biofortified varieties, even for the traditional crops. Therefore, let us take them to hospitality industry. Let us bring the sensitization so that we are now not a food deficit country. We are a food surplus country, but our nutrition status is low. Therefore, let us become a no problems in the nutrition, and that can happen only with biofortified food and millets. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now request Dr. Agra Chakraborty present memento to Dr. Rajendra Prasad.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would request Dr. Sudeep Marwa to share his thoughts with us.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank Honorable Principal and other organizing secretary and other organizing members of this conference for giving us the opportunity to be here. It's really a wonderful experience, wonderful food we had, and that's what we want to have in an hospitality industry. So thanks for the opportunity. Coming back to the presentations and this session, there are 3 presentations in the blended learning. Me being the head of the computer application in ISRI, we are dealing with this issue of online learning and etc. for at least 10 to 15 years. Sir told we started with WebEx in 2010, and all through this pandemic, we had a really wonderful experience in terms of implementation of lot of systems across India. The systems like which took 6 months in non-pandemic area when the people are not using online systems, we took only a month's time to implement it, and that with much more acceptance. So online learning and blended learning are the need of the hour, and we are focusing on it. We have mega projects on it. So I am for this blended learning. But yes, other things like virtual reality, augmented reality, with more focused on practical learning are required. These are the very important things which one should understand. And the topic which one of the speakers, the way of delivering the lectures is different with when you compare the online offline learning. So that is one thing where we need to focus much more while delivering the lectures as a teacher. So critical thinking goes into what is to be presented, how it is to be presented, how many students are there who will respond to us, and the digital divide is very much important to be taken care of, because we know that our students sometimes are from very rural area. They might not have that much bandwidth at their homes. So that is one thing, but within Delhi it's okay. When we go for a school teaching and other thing, when the students are in Delhi in urban areas, yes, it is successful. But as soon as you go out and your students are in rural area, then there is a issue. So all these things hopefully will be overcome in near future, and in next decade we'll see a lot of changes in blended learning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would request Dr. Sharad Nautiyal to please come and present the memento to Dr. Sudeep Marwa.
Next, I request Dr. Amitabh De to please share his thoughts with us.
Hello. First of all, I'd like to thank Professor Kamal Pant for giving me a wonderful opportunity to be amongst all this elite gathering, the people I've interacted. It has been wonderful 2 days of session, and I will especially like to congratulate the young researchers for coming forward and presenting the papers. The more we do it, the more we learn. We commit mistakes 1,000 times, but once mistakes are the platform on which we learn and we move forward. Dr. Rajendra Prasad and Dr. Marwa has already given some valid inputs about the session. PUSA, IHM PUSA has been in existence for 60 years. In the inaugural session, somebody said that he had a regret of not getting admitted to IHM PUSA. I don't have that because I did not opt for it. But truly what Dr. Rajendra Prasad said, I visited this place 33 years ago when I was a second year student, and that was the first time we didn't have anything online, we didn't have any digital thing. I was studying at IHM Kolkata, and our first year results were published, and there was National Council office, and there was a notice board that was displayed. So from all the hotels in Delhi, those who were doing the training, they had come down to National Council to see the result, and we are very happy because we have cleared first year. Then at that time, sir, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, there was, I do remember your shop, and I had taken a cup of tea from there. Probably I have not taken it from IHM Pusa stall as yet. Very sweet memories. Since we were the first batch under National Council, I attended my inter-catering college meet that was organized in 1989 when I was in final year. And on this platform itself, Pusa has always been known for teamwork. That day, because 4 teams qualified for the final round of quiz competition. And in that final round, IHM Kolkata, luckily there were 8 rounds, and after 4th round, the tables turned, the questions were asked from the other side. And finally, Pusa, and there was a tie between IHM Kolkata and Pusa before the final round. But in that round, there was negative marking. So Pusa people, they gave their answer, right answers, wrong answers, and then finally, they arrived at the same score where they were. And we were 1 point ahead. Now you know that everything is fair in love, war, and competitions. So we thought of skipping all the questions in the final round because we were 1 point ahead. And at that moment, the team of IHM Pusa lost to IHM Kolkata. The amount of frustration that we saw on the faces of the teachers at that time, still remember, because they were equally pained that the Pusa could not lose. But I must say that the Pusa has been a phenomenal institution. It's a number 1, but it has also grown old. Over 60 years, I am looking forward to that old Pusa, what I saw as a student, because over 60 years, the intensity of the clapometer in last 2 days has reduced. So I request everybody to clap with that 60 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would request Mr. Nishit Srivastav to please come and present a memento to Dr. Amitabh De. Thank you so much, sir.
Next, I would request Mr. Pulak Mandal to share his thoughts with us.
Very good evening. Hello. Very good evening to all of you. My sincere thanks and heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Kamal Pant, Principal IHM Pusa, for organizing such a wonderful conference. Last 2 days has been really nice. We all have enjoyed, and the kind of enthusiasm the team IHM Pusa they have shown all these days is really, they deserve a clapping. It is very true that institution cannot grow without the research and innovation. It is now the need of the hour, and I am very happy to see that students and the teachers are coming forward to take up the research in a very nice way. You all are taking active participation in the different forums, and that should be continued so that our industry, hospitality and tourism industry, see a real good boom in the future days to come. And my best wishes to the entire team IHM Pusa for organizing such a beautiful event, and hope in the coming days you will keep organizing. And it is always a good move from all the IHMs. They should all come forward and organize such types of workshops and conferences so that we share our understandings, our learnings, and learning is possible only through It cannot be one way. It has to be both ways. So the more you participate, the more you share, the more you learn. So my best wishes once again to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Sri Ram Kailash Bichha to present a memento to Mr. Pulak Mandal.
Thank you so much, sir. I would request Dr. S.N. Islam to please share his thoughts with us.
So, good afternoon, everybody. At the outset, I would like to thank the director, the principal of this esteemed institution, and Dr. Anshu Singh for inviting the entire ISRE team here. So, I really appreciate for this conference, but I say that such conferences should continue, and there should be interdisciplinary participation for the students, so that there are a lot of issues and areas to learn where the presentation styles and the concepts and the content needs to be enhanced. That is, I'll not say all goody. Of course, the students may be making the presentation after a very long time, but if they will visit interdisciplinary conferences, they will learn what is there. And actually, we are have been your neighbors, and a lot of statistical methodologies need to apply to find inferences that were totally lacking. In fact, I'll not say all goodies. So one thing, I was very enthusiastic because for this conference, because the agriculture and hospitality sector was coming for the first time together, and we have a very long journey in last 25 years of our independence, when we are having only 50 million tons of total food grains, and we are from now to, as our directors have said, okay, that is today we are in surplus condition, and we should know and learn why we should be proud of our country, why we should be proud, because we are in total food production scenario. If you see, we are second in many things. We are second in total rice production, we are total in wheat production, we are number one in milk, number one in jute, and a lot of issues that can be seen. But the most important thing is, in total geographical area, we are only 2.5% of the world, and in many to the food basket of the world, we are giving 20% of our wheat is from our country, 21% of rice is from our country, 46% of jute is from our country. We are to 18% or so our tea, and so on and so forth. So we can see where we are standing in that front. And if you call about the GDP again, GDP at the time was there when the agricultural GDP was around 40% or so. Then 40% agriculture GDP was there. So, but it reduced suddenly. So people are saying, oh, agriculture is going down, but it was not that, because other sectors started contributing, like industry and service sector and all. So in quantum, our agriculture was again rising. And today again we are 20%, and your hospitality industry is again 6.8%. So the total contribution were around 20 billion US dollar if we join together. $6 billion of hospitality and $14 billion or so of agriculture. So it is a need of the hour where we should come together. I am happy that you have been in this millet issues, you are handling it nice. But if millet is being can be promoted through you, and this is hospitality industry start promoting millet, then our farmers will be benefited like anything. So we should go hand in hand. So we request that you should participate in our conferences and we should come to your conferences, then there will be. So thank you very much for these words.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would request Dr. Shrikant Baladona, sir, to please come and felicitate Mr. Dr. S.N. Islam. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would request all our jury members to please come up on the stage as we will have a felicitation ceremony for all our presenters. Firstly, we have Ms. Avneet Kaur.
Next, I would like to request Ms. Yazuvendra Singh to please join us on stage for, for receiving your certificate.
I would also request Mr. Ankit Mishra to accompany him. So there's a certificate for you as well. Thank you so much all.
We request all of you, dignitaries, presenters included, to please join us, assemble in the lobby, because we have an activity planned for you.
We are going for an excursion. So please, we request all the delegates and the presenters to assemble in the lobby.
Students, you please stay back here. We have a guest lecture. Dr. John is going to join us from Boston. Okay? So you have to be here for him. Students and faculty members will be staying. Presenters will be moving for excursion. Presenters? You want to go for excursion? Junaid? Then please go, join them. It is only, yeah. You want to stay back? You can. Otherwise, there is an excursion for you, for the presenter and for the delegates. And students will stay here.